Hello, I'm Colin Bradley. Welcome to Pastel Pencil Demonstrations. In this first series of demonstrations, I'm going to show you how I produce the many interesting effects you've seen in my artwork using my pastel pencils. These exercises are aimed primarily for the students starting out with the pastel pencil medium. Therefore, I'm going to keep them as simple as I can so that you will find them easy to follow. You may even like to work along with me using your own pencils. In some cases, I'll also include a simple line drawing that you can download from my website. Each demonstration will have a link to take you directly to that line drawing on our website. If there is a particular pastel pencil effect you've seen in my paintings that you'd like to see me demonstrate, please let me know in the comments below. I'll do my very best to include your request in the next season. So, let's get started. Now in this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to produce cat's ears. Now we first of all have to put our base colours on. It's what I've done here already, so you can look at this ear while I'm doing this one and see how I reach that level. First of all, you go round the ear with the white. Now we work primarily from light to dark. Now what I'm doing now is putting stopping points on. That's what this is. The idea of this is that all your colours and your applications go to that point and stop there. And that's also in white. Now the other thing we've got to do is we've got to put the cat's hairs in. You can see them all here. And this is in quite a strong application, but we're leaving quite a lot of pastel paper showing, as you can see. Now what you do with that is you put the white in again, but this time not quite as strong, just a lighter application. What's the idea of that, I hear you say? Well, the idea of that is that the white underneath there will act as a cushion for these next colours we're going on. Now, this is a grey, mid-grey. And first of all, we go up here so that we get a line against the stopping point. And around like that. Now, when you do this, you don't have to press too hard. Just a light pressure. And the other thing you do is you come in like that. Into separating the hair. Now you follow that with a pink. So we've used the white, the grey and the pink. Again, a light application because all we're doing is putting our base colours on, and we'll be using darker colours in a minute to strengthen the ear. There we are now. Now there's two ways you can blend this. Well, there's several ways you can blend it. In fact, I'm using a colour shaper, but you could use a normal blender, paper blender, if you've got one, or any other blending tool that you may have, just to blend the pastel in. You can see what it looks like. I'll just leave that bit in the middle because I'll show you another way you could do it. You can also come back with the colour that you just used, in other words the white, as a base, and you can use that as a blender. So several ways you can blend this in. So if you haven't got a blender, don't worry, do the way I've done it. Now what I'm going to do now is cut round on that white again, because we need to have that a lot stronger. And you can see already it's looking good. Okay, now we've got to now go to the next colour so that I can now work on both ears at the same time. I'm going to use, this is 169 in our Faber range, but it's like a greyish, mauvish colour. And what that does, it's a strong tone, so you've got to be careful. Now what you do here is you come back, imagining all those white hairs there. We are going to put the white back on again, but it's a good idea to try to do what I'm doing. And you'll see in a minute when I finish this off how good this looks. Again, you've got that stopping point. So come into that, the white hairs you have there, and again up here. Now this is a lighter application here, like that. And I'm going to do that again in a minute over there, but let me show you how, if you blend that into, again, you could use the white as a blender, but really this is a better application. Now you see how nice that's looking. All the while you're being able to compare what I've done before. Now you can see I've left a lot of that white in there, and that's nearly finished. Not quite, but it's nearly finished. So let's do the other side so that you can see how that actually works. Again, same idea, a little stronger here, but don't press too hard. We don't need to. What we're doing with pastel pencils is letting them work their own magic, and you don't have to press hard to do it. Each colour will register in its own way. So you don't have to press very hard. If you feel that you've got a darker colour, you need a stronger colour, you use a darker colour, which is what I'm going to do next. Now that looks great, but now we need to have a darker tone. Now I'm using a dark. Oh, hang on, we haven't blended that. There you go, back in again. I'll start speeding up a little bit now. Now I've given you the idea of how all of this works. You can still see the lights in the ears. That's what I'm after. And this is the darkest colour we're going to use here. This is a brown. It's a reddish brown, really nice colour. And we come back in here. I shall be doing other areas of this cat on the more demonstrations. Top of the head, the eyes, nose and mouth, and the background. So you'll see it all done, but I'm only doing it in stages at the moment. And you see how nice that looks. Now I'm not going to do that here because I want you to see how it compares. Once again, we can use Color Shaper to blend that in. And the final application now is when we come back in with the white. So first of all here, where we can re-establish the stopping point, or the hairs on the head, bring this in, around here, again, and this time we can now put the white back into the ears again. And if you'd like it just a little stronger, some of those marks that I've got, those pencil lines, stand out. So here you can just make it just a little more attractive by putting just a little bit of depth in. And there we are. Now that's I'll do that here, and then I'll show you both ears together and how they eventually look. Well, there we are. That's finished. Now, just as a final touch, I've sharpened the white to quite a sharp point, and here you can come back in and just put just a little more white, like that, into the ear. I'll do both ears for you. And come back the other way. And you'll be amazed when I turn this round, the difference between the two. See? Let's do the other one. This is really easy. Don't begin to think this is hard. The only thing you have to remember is you have to have the pencil sharp when you're doing this. And you notice that I also twist the pencil. You'll be seeing me do this in other demonstrations. There we are. So that's the end of that demonstration. But be sure to look out for the other demonstrations on this lovely pussy. Now in this demonstration I'm going to show you how we can produce really attractive cat's fur. And you'll notice that I'm using white pencil and working in the direction that we see the hair lying in. Now I'm going to go deliberately doing this across the animal so that you can see how I'm switching the pencil as I go through each section until we get, in this case, right down to here. And I'm going to come down below the eye here. Now let's do this one sweep again, right across. It goes this way, then it goes straight up, and then we twist as we get to the next section and come out like that. Now each time I move the pencil slightly differently. As you can see, I'm twisting. If you look at the numbers here, you'll see how that's actually working. And the reason I do that is to retain the point, because you see I've got just a sharper point as when I started. Now I'm nearly down to the area around the eye. I will actually drop below the eye here in a moment or two, but really this is the most important thing to show you. Now you'll notice that I've left gaps. Well, there's a good reason for that. There you go, right down. And it's a good idea to turn the picture around. I won't do it, but you should do that because you can get the angle better. Now, just before we go on, let's hit just around here, just on the side of the eye. There's a lot of white. There's another lot over here. And this is where you need a strong white. Where I've left fur here, or pastel paper showing through, I haven't done here. I've made this much stronger. And it also applies below the eye. Now, I won't be doing the eye on this demonstration, but I will be doing it on another one, so you'll be able to see that as well. I've also done the ears as well, if you haven't already seen them. And that's the idea, is to complete this cat for you in little stages, so you can return at any time if you want to see how I produce fur, or our eyes, or all the other bits and pieces. Now down here we are more or less straight, so that's how it's all going to be put together. Now I think you'll think that is really good. Okay, now I'm going to move into my next colour. Now the next pastel pencil I'm going to be using is the ivory, and this goes again over the whole of the animal in the same idea, using the same procedure, that is across. Now I won't do it all, I'll just do this and then I'll advance it, and then we'll start working then on the markings. I've almost finished now, and what you'll notice is that I've left highlights of white. Remember I said that I used a stronger tone for that? Well, I did. So these areas here are left light, but everything else worked in. Now that already looks great, doesn't it? The fact that I've used the direction of fur here has given you that lovely, almost realistic effect. And now we need to darken it. I'm going to use one of our favourite colours, which is 182 in the Faber range, which is a brown ochre. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over these markings. Again, I'll do half of them, and then you can see how it's all going to work out. Now that looks really good, doesn't it? Now if I do half of this one, this is almost solid. Not quite, but you can leave little gaps in between. You don't have to make it solid. And you notice that I'm not pressing hard again. You don't have to press hard with the pastel pencils. There you go. Now look at that. Isn't that looking good already? There's one other one which creeps in just around the ear, like that. Now that looks great. But it's going to look even better, folks, in a minute, because what I'm also going to do is I'm going to use this same colour, much, much lighter now, to put in the gingery fur, I would call this, everywhere else. And those markings, instead of looking as severe as they did just a second ago, they look much, much more realistic now. Now, when you get to there, come here again, leave that white, because that's critical. And the other area you can leave is just there where we've got the white against the ear. Again, don't make that solid. Now look how nice that is. Now I'm going to, as I said, I will do half. So let's come down here again avoiding that light round the eye area. There we are now. There isn't that great? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the rest of that in the same way. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to darken these markings. There we are, I finished that. Now, if you've got one of these, this is the colour shaper. If you've got a blender, any kind of blender, it will work, but these are ideal. If you haven't got one of these, don't worry, don't do it. But if you have got one, you can just pop this over what you've already done, and it just softens the fur. Once again, I'll just do half of it, and you can see the difference between the two. I go right in the middle of that. Don't necessarily have to go over the darker markers if you want to. There we are, and look how fluffy our pussy looks there. Now I'll finish this off, but as I say, you don't have to do this. You can leave it alone. It's probably better to leave it alone rather than try to use it your finger or some other kind of blender. Well, blenders are okay. If you've got a paper blender, that would work okay. But these are by far the best tools. And once again, now you see the white standing out. If that didn't, all you need to do is just go back over it and just apply the lighter colours. Now we'll be doing the eyes in another demonstration too, so watch out for them. Now I've got to darken that. Now I'm using the 283 in the Faber range, and this is a dark brown, reddish brown. Now here you see we don't make it too strong. There's a nice that's a light application there. There we go. Now isn't that looking good? And here again I will just do half of it so that you can see the difference it makes. Now isn't that great? Now what you might think, well, what about all the rest of it? I wouldn't worry too much about the rest of the fur. What if you feel inclined, you can come back in with the 182, the brown ochre, and just put a little bit more in. This time don't blend it, leave it as it stands. And if you like, that does make it just a little bit more acceptable for the dark colour. But there's no need to blend that. That will look great. So let me finish this off, and then I'll show you when it's finished and how we can add just a little bit more to the finished picture if you feel you want to. Well, there we are, that's finished. Now what I was saying, you can, if you sharpen your white up, you can just put just a few white hairs as well, intermingling with the ochre. You don't have to do this, but it just finishes the picture off nicely. You see how nice that looks? I'll do all of this. I think we might need just a little bit more depth in here. You can always add just a little bit more if you feel it's need to. I think that looks better. It's a little bit unbalanced at first, so get rid of that. And nearly done. There we are. Now that is stunning. Well, that's the end of this demonstration. I hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you on another very soon. Now, one of my favourite demonstrations is cat's eyes. I'm going to start by putting the highlight in first. Now that's solid. Now I'm also going to put the white in the lighter section of the eye, but you'll notice that it's not as strong as that. And the reason for that is that we're going to put other colours in here, and if we made it a strong white, it would lighten those colours too much. Let's start off with that. Now, into that, we want just a little grey. Now, this is the mid-grey, cool grey, and again, we don't want very much of it, just a little, because I'm going to blend this in a minute. A little bit more over the top, because that's where it's going to be at its darkest. And it doesn't look as though I'm putting very much on, does it? Well, I'm not, because it's a forerunner of a very attractive colour I'm going to put on next. If you've got one of these, use it. These are colour shapers, and any blending tool would do the same job, but these do a particularly fine job. So there we have the white and the grey mixed together, giving us a really nice base. Now I'm not going to do that one for the moment. I'll do this one, and then you can see the difference. That's what it looks like before, and this is what it's going to look like after. If you haven't got one of those colour shapers, you could always go back in with the white pencil and blend it in as well, because that does the same job. Let me show you what I mean. Think like that. So you can use that. So, and just before we go on to those lovely colours that we've got in the eye, I want to use the grey. Now remember, this hasn't had any colour underneath it, so consequently the grey is much stronger. Like that. Now we want to avoid the white if we can, because that's going to look great at the end. Do the same with the other eye, and again I will do this one and then leave it so that you can see the before and after. Just looking at that, and I think I made that just a little bit too big. A wonderful benefit you have with the pastel pencil medium is that you can alter things if they don't work out exactly as you want them. But I'm just trying to make sure both eyes are the same. And this is before you get the darker colours on, because once you get the darker colours on, it's not quite so easy to change them. Okay. Now, we'll leave that and work on that. Now, the next colour we're going to use from here is a blue. And this blue is 153 in the Faber-Castell range. And it's a really attractive tone. Now, I put that blue in there like that. Again, very light application. Whatever you do, don't be heavy-handed with these. It'll be too strong. And again, you can blend it. And again, if you haven't got one of these, you could use the white again. Just use the lighter tone. And I'm going to put white back in here again in a minute anyway. So there's our blue. Now in the centre of the eye, I'm using a Payne's Grey. Again, take care. It's a very dark colour, and you don't need to press too hard with it. But there we are now. We've already got the makings of the eye, and it looks good, but it's not great. So now we come back in, and we've got to darken it a little. So I'm going to use the blue again, but I'm only going to use the blue on the top half this time. Keep comparing it with the one over there. And how far we've come, you see? And then you can just go around, just very, very lightly round the edge. We want to leave the area in the middle quite light if we can, just there. But as I said, I'm going to put white back on again in a minute. To darken that off a little more, now we've got that blue on, we can use just a spot of the same colour I used in here. But you can see that all it's doing is just darkening it slightly, just a little bit like that. Okay, now I don't think we need very much more than that in there. This is the Payne's Grey that I use for here. Excellent. Now, again, if you've got the colour shaper, again, you can use it. If you haven't, don't try putting white up here because it's going to be too light. But it looks great down there. Now, this is where I said we can put the white back in, and we can. So we can put the white, just a little bit of white on the bottom there, just to lighten it up just a touch. Now is the time when we've got to darken it. Now there's two colours I'm going to use for this. I'm going to use the brown, which is the brown it's like a reddish brown, really. That's what it is. And we can also use it just very, very lightly in here. Now, it's simply because the colour of the animal is ochreish. So we want to go around here, and I'm going to come around with another colour in a minute, so a darker colour. So just come round the outside and close in on that just a little bit, like that. And it comes down in here. And then, and this is where it's a little tricky, you've got to come up and into there like that. So you're shaping the eye just a little better like that. What you're doing is this area here where we put the light fur, you've got that. Now that looks really good, doesn't it? Now I've got to sharpen that up. That's not quite sharp enough to do. I don't think it will do what I want it to do. Oh, I don't know, maybe it will. No, it will. You've got to go round it on top of that brown. You might think, well, why on earth do you do that? Why don't you put this directly on it? It would be too severe going on top of a light colour. So by doing it like this, you make it just a little bit better. Now we're nearly there. I'm just going to darken that top now just a little bit better than I have, and grade it, which means graduate it so that when you get to about there, it fades away. And we can come back in with the white again now, and just very, very light touch with the white. It's almost not touching the paper, folks, to be honest. And put a little bit more white just in the bottom, just to put a bit of highlight in it. And then the other thing you can do is you can make that just a little stronger in there. And there we have it. Now, this is not quite finished yet because I've got another colour which I've used in the fur. This is the ochre. And that can also come round, but this gives you kind of another edge to the eye, like that, and makes it just look that little bit more acceptable. Now this colour can also be used to extend this section here, like that. Now I'm going to do all this again in that eye, but I'm going to do it in little bits. Instead of narrating it, you're going to be seeing it done. And I've just realised that I've got to make that just a little bit darker there. Yes, you'll see it all done again, but I won't be talking. And if you really want to make a fantastic job of this, you use this same colour here between the light and the dark. Very, very light touch. And that gives you that. There we are, lovely. Could probably also fill that in slightly with this colour as well. That's that little bit more attractive. There we are. Beautiful, isn't it? Okay, now watch as I do that eye. that's almost finished. Just a little bit of work to do on the light in the eye. And another area you may have noticed on this side, which there's a little dip here. And let me show you how I do that. With the grey, put a little bit of grey in. Very, very light touch. And a little bit of the ochre. This is brown ochre. And just a spot. Best clean the shaper off. If you haven't got a shaper, you can use the white pencil. And you just shade it. You bring back the white, like I've done there, to re-establish the light that you've got there. And that completes this demonstration. I shall be doing another demonstration for the nose and the mouth, and the fur, and also the ears. And also I'll be showing you how to do a background on this pussy later on. Now I'm going to demonstrate for you a cat's nose and mouth. I've already put the surround in here so that we don't have to spend a lot of time building it up. But I will finish it off anyway as I go round. So there's the first application. This is with white. And all we have to avoid is the nostrils. Now this is only a small picture. Your line drawing, if you decide to do this, will be a little bigger than this. But for time's sake, I'm making it smaller. Now before I put the pink on, which I'm going to put on, I'm going to darken it just a little bit with this is with the 169. Now this is a dark pinky grey, but it's a really good colour for something like this. Now we just want to be a bit careful here. Just put the nostril in, and on the other side, come down, and we are going to be putting the white back on anyway. There we go. Let's shape that rather nicely. Now, we need to really, now we've got that in, we need to put the white in around it. It makes it look a bit more special. So we've got a white nose with a white fur. That nose will change. And just leave the line that I've got on the line drawing, which will be there, leave that for the moment, just fill it in. Now you also notice that I've darkened the area below the chin. Now this is, again, to save some time, but you can see how that's going to actually work out. So, nearly there now, doesn't take very long. Working in the direction of the fur. This is one of the most important things with the animal demonstrations and pictures that we do. Yeah, there we are. Even though it's white, you still need that fur direction. Okay, now let's set that up. Now what I'm also going to do is just use this same colour just to come down here between the nose and the mouth, and just very lightly. I say very lightly because this colour spreads like wildfire. And then that looks pretty good to me. Right, now, this is the pink 189, which again is a lovely colour. And we put a little bit of pink on top of the nose. For the moment, just apply it lightly, like I'm doing. Like that. We don't have to do any more. And that can also follow through and little pink mouth as well, and go either side on top of that dark colour. I've almost done it now, but we've still got a little way to go. If you've got a blender of some kind, this is the colour shaper which I use a lot. You want to blend this colour in. Start with the dark so that you have a nice smooth colour there, and that can be travelled down and spread just a little bit like that. So now out on top, again, just blend that in. Now we've got the white underneath, remember, so it's going to be a little bit lighter. Now it's almost done, as you can see. All we need to do is make it just a little bit more. I'll use the pink again on the top just to make it just a little heavier, and the separation between the nose and the tip of the nose and the top of the nose works well then. Okay, and now another thing is you want just a little more pressure, just a bit more pressure there and there. Now, having put that in, you can see that there's light areas there, and if you then use the white, just to put a little bit of white just back in there like that, and like that, you get a really, really attractive impression of the nose. There's one little addition, and you have to be careful with this. All little pussies have got a division just there. Just put it in, but don't put it in too strong. This is with the dark 169, and we can just bring that 169 again, which is the dark colour, just around there like that, and that can go around there like that. So now we have the cat's nose put in, and a good idea here just to put just a little bit more depth there, but not much. You don't have to overdo this. It's also a nice idea to just put a little bit of pink in the white fur. It just adds a bit of prettiness to the picture anyway, and I like that. And I'm going to show you how we can also add just a little bit of grey on there as well to make it work really well. And this is the grey, mid-grey. Now you can, if you're using the colour shaper, you can use it. You can be a little bit more generous with the grey. And I'll show you why in a minute, as we can blend that grey in and then add the white back again. And a little bit of grey there, under there. You see how that's beginning to change? So then, with the colour shaper, just blend that in. Always a wise idea to work in the direction of the fur again as well. The more you can do like that, the better it looks. Now, doesn't that look pretty? And then you can bring the white back. Oh, just before we do that though, you see that I've got some little whisker holes here where you can use that grey just to put that in like that. There we are. And I think we could probably also use the grey. Now the nose is round like that. It doesn't look it that much at the moment. So what we need to do is just put either side of the nose here, just a little bit of grey. And also I'm using the ochre. It's a mid 182 in the Faber range, like that. Now that doesn't look anything until you blend it. And if you blend it like that, it smooths it in, and what you get is a light in the middle, and either side it's got a bit of shadow on it, and that looks really nice. And then you put the white back again, just in the centre, to give you that feeling that it's going round there like that. Okay, now just a couple of finishing touches using the white again. I did say I was going to bring the white back, well I am, and you bring the white back and you just go across the top of that area there. There we are, and that is the nose and a pretty little mouth. And you can also, the way I've done that there, you can also do the same thing here. Just bring the hair down. If you use a sharp white, you can bring the white hair down over the top of that Makes it look a bit more realistic. There we are, pretty little cat's nose. I've got other demonstrations with the ears, the fur and the eyes, and also we'll be doing a background as well, so look out for those. Now, in this pastel pencil demonstration, I'm going to show you how to put a background on this very attractive kitten. And we start off by using the ivory pencil. Now, this needs to go in really strong. You know when you've got enough pastel on that, when first of all you can't see any paper showing through, and secondly you see that dust. You see that dust appearing here? So what we do with that is use finger and rub it in. Now I'm making this a cat that's going to disappear into the background, or rather appear out of the background, depends which way you look at it. Now I'll start off by ivory, and that will be done all over. I won't bore you, but I'll do that off camera. But let me show you the next colour. This is the ochre 182 in the Faber range. It's the colour we've used in the animal, and we use that. Now this, first of all, is an even colour. We don't just do that. You don't have to put it on quite so strong. The base colour, which is the ivory, gives us the opportunity then to work this lovely shade of ochre in it. Now this is, as I said, a simple background. We're not going to elaborate on that. Now I'm going to go all the way around using those two colours in exactly the same way. What you've got to remember, that's what you do a little bit more here for you, is you've got to go right up close to the animal. Don't worry about the fact that we haven't got any fur coming over and it's a little bit bald. That's okay, because I'm going to show you a couple of more things here. I'm going to show you how to put whiskers on, and also how to bring all those colours and textures back, so you can go right up close, but you have to go right up close. Now, if you can get your finger in there, great. It doesn't really matter too much if you touch, because, as I say, we're going to bring those colours back. So let me just do just a little bit more. Rub it with your finger. Don't over apply though, because it will be too dark. What we're looking for is something like that, all round. So let me get on with that. Now that's a nice even coat all over. But if you want to, and this is entirely up to you, you can add just a little more at this time, maybe up in the corner, for instance, or in that corner. You certainly want it against the white, and I'll explain that to you in a moment. And then you can put just a little more in. Don't want to overdo this, but if you were to put just a little bit of ivory in as well, that would just give you just a slight variation. You see that? Now, the reason I said against the white is because we're going to be doing something very special in a minute with that. Let's go at the top. I think probably at the sides it's not bad. If you want to put just a little bit more in, especially where we've got that white ear, for instance, you can put a little bit more on. Just rub it in with your finger. It will rub in really well because we've got a really good base colour in there. See, that's nice. And then maybe up here with the other ear. I wouldn't do any more here. I just do perhaps a little here. Otherwise it'll be a bit blotchy. We don't want that. We'll put a bit there and then up in that corner. Leave this corner alone, but that one, add a little more. And you'll see when I turn that around, you'll just see a very faint difference in the tone. There we go. Rub well in with your finger. There we go. It's just quite interesting, I think, when you see just slight variations. And what am I going to do down here? There's two things you can do. I'm going to show you both. You can either rub into the picture like that. And if you put a bit more white in, say, as well, like that, and then rub that, you get a fusion. It's almost like a cloud. And I think that looks really nice. instead of having it cut off like that. So I'm going to do that. But if you did want to, and I can show you both, you can actually bring the fur over the top of the background, like that. And that works well. You can do that, and a little bit of ochre as well in there. It really is up to you. I prefer this personally, so I'm going to finish mine like that. And also slide at an angle. It gives it a really nice profile. Once again, add a little more white until you get it as you want it. Now I think up here we don't want it. Now I was saying that we're going to finish the picture off. Well, we are. All you need to do is to go around the animal, and I'll do this. I think I can probably show you all of it, especially where you would have used your finger to perhaps spoil the edge like that. Now here, what we can do is use the ochre. Like that. Okay. In fact, also, that ochre could apply to the top. Hey, you've got two choices. You could use the white on there, but I wouldn't. I would use the ochre. Bring up the colour from here and make it that little bit darker. It doesn't take long. What you don't want, though, is a line along there, so bring him back into a colour like that. See how good that is? Okay, now, around here, again, using the white pencil to re-establish the brilliance of that. A little bit more here. And on this side, I do the same as we did the other side. Sorry about keep turning it around, but I need to get to it and bring your ochre in. As I say, you don't do a line like that because it looks odd. So come down and then bring it back into the animal like that, and nearly there. And I'd come all the way down with that. Like that. You don't need to blend that. Just here though, what I would do probably is something like that. Make it slightly different to the other side. And then that fades away. Isn't that pretty? Now I was also going to show you whiskers. And this is one of the hardest things to do because you've got to go over the top of already existing colours. Two things you can do here. What I'm going to use is I'm going to use this one, which is 169, and also the white. Here we are. So I'll bring you just a bit closer because you need to see this as clear as you can. So I'll sharpen my pencils. They've got to be very sharp. Then I'll put the whiskers on. Now it's best to turn this round so that what you have is this angle. Now my camera is to my right here, so it's looking as though I'm going straight up, but I'm actually swinging across here. So watch how I do this. Come to the whisker holes. You've got to zip them in. We call them zipping because that's what we do now. You see what I mean by you're going over the top of white. Now it shows there, but it doesn't show very well on there. So what you do is you use also the 169. Now you've got to be careful with this. As same idea again, but just a few little whiskers like that. It's permissible to do that. And on the other side, I'll have the same problem here with the white. You can probably see it, but it's not going in as well as I like. So here we can do the same thing with the 169. Come in and put just a few like that. And there we are. Now that's fantastic. So there we are. And there's a picture. I'll give you a full view of that. Well, there's the background complete. And the whiskers in. And I've also showed you how to do a very interesting finish on your portrait. I've got a great demonstration for you now. This is going to be a sunset. And as you see, all I've got is a line. But we're going to develop it as we go along. Now, first of all, I'm going to put white over the whole of this up to this line. There we are. That's all done. And now what we want to do now is to rub it in well into the paper. Like that. Now the top third, I'm going to use a blue. And because I've got quite a lot of white in there, this blue will have to be applied a couple of times. About, say, 1/3 of the way down. That's going to be rubbed with your finger. Use your finger. Better than blenders, really. Now we need to do that again because it's a sunset, we need to have it quite dark at the top. But as it comes down to there, we can ease off a little bit. So it's dark at the top and then just a bit weaker as we reach that third mark. That's the first colour in. Secondly, we're going to use the yellow. Now this is yellow 106 in the Faber-Castell range, and this yellow goes all over now. I'll do this off camera. I'll just show you how it begins, like that, and we work all the way across there. And that's almost done. Now just ease off as you get to meet the blue, because when you put blue and yellow together, you end up with green. I can't avoid that totally, but right just at the top, you use your finger just to ease it into it. You can't help it be looking a little bit greeny. There we are. And then the rest of it can be blended. So there we are, that's 2 areas. And just before we go on, I'm going to put a sun in. And we do need here just to relieve the pastel, or rub the pastel out. All right, like that. And then we can put the sun in. Use the white pencil for this. That's going to look a lot brighter by the time I finish it. But now we've got the white in. Great. Okay, now I'm going to use another colour now, and this is the orange. This is 109 in the range. As I say, all these colours I will give you anyway. And if you search the internet, you'll find the colours I'm using, plus the line drawing. There'll be a link below to this line drawing anyway. Now that's the orange gone in. Rub that in. The first one we just rub in. Then we do it again. But now this time we're going to assume that we're going to put some clouds in. That's what these are. A little bit darker here because we have the sun at this point, so we can afford to creep along with just a little bit more orange, and this side come in with the other side but not quite so far. And again, that doesn't look anything at the moment, but it will, folks. Now if you've got one of these, use them. If not, you can use your finger, but these are colour shapers and we find them very useful. It just isolates them. Otherwise, if you rub with your finger, you could tend to blend it too much. If you haven't got one of these, you can use your finger, but as you'll see, it looks nice, doesn't it? Now, next colour is going to be this one, which is 192, which is Indian red. Now, this does make quite an appreciable difference, and here we can expand those clouds a little bit, make it a little bit stronger over there, and then weaken it. Same on the other side, like that. And the other thing you want to do here is just go around that sun again. Just with your yellow, just make sure it's got a nice brightness to it. And you can also, I didn't blend these. Lightly blend them, don't rub them right in, because they look great if they're just smudged like that. Okay. And then you can also use the white again, just to give you a few little rays of sun like that coming up. Great. Now, what about some distant hills. Well, let's put some in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do two. I'm going to do one here. I'm going to use the orange. And one can stop about there. And into that, we can use a little bit of the red. I'm only using 6 pencils here. Now, normally I would use a lot more pencils, but to make it simple, we're just using the 6. That can be blended. And to make that stand out just a little more, what we can do is use the white pencil to go behind it, just to add a little bit of light. You can see how well that stands out. And that comes down to there. Now what I want to do now, this is going to be a waterline here, but what I want to do is put another hill over here with a lighthouse in it. And to do that, you really need to rub the pastel there out. So we'll do it from about here. We'll have a nice bit of open water there. And so if you haven't got one of these, you can use the other eraser, which I've got somewhere. Here we are. I'll use this for the moment. The pencil eraser gives you just a little bit more control. Now I also want to put a lighthouse in here. For this I'm going to use the other end of the pencil eraser, which is a little harder. A little bit there and a little bit there. Now watch this. I'm going to use the red again, but this is on just on top of raw paper. Oops. Like this. And what we want to do is to come down just slightly below that level. So just under the line that I put in. And it just makes this distant hill just a little bit nearer. I'll fill that in a minute, but what I wanted to show you really was this area here. That's the advantage of pencils. And then just at the top, just a little top knot. Don't have to be too fussy with this. We do with it just a bit sharper, Colin. If I hadn't broken that point, I would have had. And there we are. Okay, let me finish that off. Then I'll come back and I'll take you through the next stage, which will be to put a black on top of here. There we are. I took advantage of the break to sharpen my red pencil, which gave me just a little bit more detail. Now on top of the red, I'm going to put the black. I'll just do this lighthouse and then I'll do what I did before. I have to turn it round. It's a good idea to do this when you've got a tricky old area. Turn it round so that you get a better line. Thing like that, and turn it around the other way. Now this time I'm going to put the black along here. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to leave it wanting a little bit just on that very edge. So we've got very dark here because we've got the sun, remember, on there. And what you can do then is you can put it in like that. You can also then bring back the red, having put the black in, and make it just a little bit more. There you go, you see? Yeah, you don't have to do that. And then we're going to carry on darkening all of this. I'll just do the first little bit. What I would do if you were doing this is to go along the outside edge on the red first. Try not to touch the sky with the black, because that will make it look a little bit odd. Okay, to do that. And then I'll show you how we can just make that a bit like that with the light shining on it. Anyway, let me finish that off. And only this one, I don't do that one. Right, well that's all the black in. Now we can then go over the edges where the light source would have hit and lightened up. Just add a little bit of red as we did on the lighthouse. And you can put this anywhere you want, even halfway down here if you want to. You can see how nice that looks. I hope you can pick it up on the screen. Anyway, now there's a couple of little things I'm going to show you. First of all, in here we've got a light. Now you could rub it out, but it's better not to. Just put the light in there, and then use the white just to put a few rays coming out like this. There's one. We do two either side. There. And another one there. Great. Now that looks good. I'm going to put a little island in here, but before I do that, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring the yellow down. Yeah, you could think, well, what about sun reflection? I'll show you that in a minute. Bring the yellow down right in the middle, like that. And then bring the orange here. You don't want too much, just a little bit, enough to give us the difference between one and t'other. Like that. And you could always put just a little bit of white, just as we did up here, on there. It just lightens it up just a little bit. There, so we get a nice line on that. And if you feel you want to, just use the red, just to bring just a little bit of texture back in here. Don't want to go overboard. Lovely. And now, I can now put a little island in here. It's just like you don't have to do this, folks. Just me showing off. And that little red, it's just a bit of this land that's, and it looks good in a minute because I'm going to be showing how you work the reflections. I'm just thinking that I think I might actually use the yellow all over here, folks. Just thinking you really do need base colours, that's the thing. This yellow is a very good base colour. So although it looks weird, it's going to look okay when we finish it. So that's that. And now the orange. Let's put the orange in. Lovely. Great. Use your finger now, because with water it needs to be smooth. Okay, that's it. Well, now we've got that in, we can now bring the eraser back in and rub out that, and that will give us our sun reflection. Now keep that in there, and then either side we then need dark. And we want to make it darker at the bottom and lighter as we come up towards the islands. A bit like the cloud when I was putting the cloud in. Now just there we want to come right up to the edge of the dark there, and then we can bring some red in. And then it's going to be brought in. I don't want too much up there, otherwise we're going to lose me oil, and I don't want to do that. You can put the yellow back in, you can put any of the colours back in. I mean, this works quite well as a blender, as you can see. And then drag it across. Now I just happen to have this paper of mine with a tooth running across. And it's always a good idea if you can do that, because it gives you a little bit better effect, like that. Okay, now the thing is, if you rub that with your finger, it's all going to blend. So what I use is my colour shaper here, and just use that because it's a little less intense. There you go. Now you're not going to get a lot better than that, but if you did want to put a little reflection, which we do, we can bring down that. We can now bring down, this is what I was talking about earlier, bring down that, and into that, rather than put the put the blue. You can also put some blue in here as well, just to put a bit of weight on the bottom. Blend that in first, then blend this in. Now, having put the blue in, you've got to go over again with the red. And not forgetting a little light source. There you go. Now, that's a very quick demonstration, but very interesting, I think you'll find. Now, just finally go back over with the red, just giving yourself a little bit more depth there, a little bit more shadow. Now, interesting. I hope you've enjoyed that. I look forward to seeing you on the next demo. Now, in this demonstration, I'm going to show you several different techniques, and I'm going to split it into two halves. We're going to do the sky and the cliffs first of all, and then we'll do the water and the boat. So to start off with the sky and the cliffs. Now, you don't particularly want to make this too strong, because we're going to put a grey on top of it. And it goes over the cliffs as well. So the whole thing, these are distance cliffs, and this will give you a really good technique as to how to approach distant hills and make them recede. Now that's just about right. Now normally I put more white on than that, but in this case I'm not going to. I'm just going to rub that in, blend it, because I want to also put a grey on, and this grey is 230 in our Faber range, which is a bluey grey. It will give us a nice sky tone. Lovely. And that's rubbed in. Now into that I'm going to make blue. I'm not going to necessarily worry about clouds here, we're just making a blue sky, because we haven't got a lot of room. Now what I want to do is to make it a little stronger at the top, and as I drop down towards the horizon line there, I'm going to make it a little lighter. So in other words, not so much pencil, more pencil at the top, and again this can go over the top of the cliffs as well. And just a little more blue at the top now, a little more pressure on the blue, and when I rub that you'll see that it will recede towards the horizon line. Again, use your finger, rub it well in. You need to put pressure on the paper to do this, but you can see how brilliantly that has rubbed in. Okay, so that's it for the sky. Now what about here? Well, I'm going to add, before I do the top of the cliffs, which will be green and grey and so on, I'm going to add a little more white to the cliff face. Like that. And now on the top of that I'm going to add just a little grey. This is the 273 in the Faber range. It's a cool grey, a warm grey, not cool grey, it's a warm grey. And what you want to do is just very lightly, and there's no pressure really on this, but you'll see in a moment how we're going to add colours into that. Now if you have a blender of some description, and I'm using here the Colour Shaper, I find this a really good blender, and just to rub the colour in. Now you've already got a really good base colour here, so that colour will rub in really well to those colours underneath. I don't mind a little bit of texture. And then into that, we want to put a little green. This is 167 in the Faber range. And combined with that, we want some ochre. This is 182. Now all these pictures that I'm showing you in this series are simple. There's nothing complicated about them. So consequently, we don't want to make this too involved. So using your blender again, just whittle it down like that. You're pushing it home, you're giving the impression of grass and different colour ochre on the cliff top. There we are, that's finished. Now what about here? Well, here we can use two colours. We can use the grey and the ochre. So first of all, let's start with the grey. Now here we don't want to make this too strong because this is going to just put a little bit of tone in the cliff. You see how light I'm applying this? Primarily it's white, so we want it to stay like that. And then that's the 273 grey, and now the ochre. Like that. Best to get rid of that green off your colour shape before you touch this, and then again exactly the same idea. But you've got to think of it as a cliff, so I'm perhaps giving it slightly different design there. But it looks really nice, doesn't it? Now when you get an area like this where it's going against the light sky, you just make it just a little stronger on the end, and you can bring that in. That's with the grey. This is with the ochre, and then you can put just a little bit of white in, but still retain the edge. In fact, it might be an idea just to go around the edge of that now. There we are. Good. So there we have the cliff. Now what about the water? This is the second half. On the water now, I'm going to put white in again. We ignore, these are rocks here, we ignore the rocks, and it's a good idea not to actually go over the sail with the white pencil because you're starting to crush the paper. As the same applies to the boat, so go round the boat. Now I'm going to do that same way as through the sky, so you can leave that to me for a minute. So let me make that nice and strong. And what I'll do then is also add the grey on top of it, like that. I can see you say, what about when we get to that edge? Well, let me just do that edge for you with the white and the grey. And this time we put just a little spot of blue in there as well, because what we want to do there is make it stand away from the sky. And then use your colour shaper and rub that in so we have a distinct line. Now if that line is not strong enough, we can make it just I don't want to make this too dark though, that's the only thing. So I'll show you a little trick we can do. Make it, that's about the right strength. And all you do, folks, is just go above the line with your white pencil, and there you get a wonderful tone. Another interesting technique you'll see me do on many pictures. I'm just looking at that, you know, if you wanted to put a little bit of cloud in, we don't want too much here, we haven't got a lot of room, but that would look rather nice, wouldn't it? Just a suggestion of a cloud. Okay, leave that to me then. So it's a white, grey with a touch of blue. I've almost finished the water now. I just want to show you this is the reverse of that. So we make it stronger here than at the top. In other words, it lightens up as it gets towards the horizon. Like that. Now once again, I've deliberately not gone over the boat or the sail, but when you rub, you've got no choice. So just rub the colour in, and you can't go around the boat, you can't go around the sail. If you tried it, you're in a spot of bother. So there we are now. We've got a lovely smooth water. Add a little bit more before we go, just a little bit more water to the water, and also the grey too. This is the blue and the grey this time, like that. And this time, leave it slightly wanting. Don't rub it all the way in. So what do we do about those? Well, if you've got one of these rubbers, you can erase it. It's not a problem. Just erase the pastel, or better than that, really, if I can find my pencil eraser. I've got a pencil eraser, and these are really good. We sell these on our store, but you can buy them local. And if you turn it round, you can get just a little bit more precision with it. Now the thing is, that's water there, Colin. You won't have to put it in again. And you can take out the sail. And this is another technique which I use extensively in my work. You see, like that. That's about all we need there. Don't need any more, except the boat, of course. We're going to make that a little stronger in tone. Now there's rocks here, but don't worry about them. I've got a little man here as well, with some bits and bobs on his boat. Right, so now what do we do here? Well, we've got to do the water first, really, so let's go to the water. Now I did use blue and I did use grey, but now we're going to use some more grey, but this time with a little bit more design. Now if you're using the Ingres paper, which I have here, this is brilliant for picking up effects like this, like water, if it's going the right way, the tooth I'm talking about. Now you don't want to go any further back than that because it fades then, but as you come closer, you can be just a little bolder, like that. And the blue as well. You can do the same thing with the blue. You can also put a bit of green on, which I'm going to do. A bit of that green. Not too much of this though. This is just an influence, a bit of tone, a bit of colour. That's what we're after. Now, do you rub that with your finger? No, you don't, folks. Use a colour shaper for that, because that way, especially if you use it like you have the pencil, you can get some really attractive water effects. See that? Now that, folks, is a bit of pastel pencil magic. We haven't finished yet. We've got reflections of the boat to put in, and we can put some white surf in there as well. But I won't do that until afterwards. So let's just leave that at the moment as it is. Let's put these rocks in as they're standing out. And now here I'm using the grey with just a little bit more pressure. Don't make them all grey. Leave little, you see those little areas that I've left alone. And then it's always a nice idea just to put a little break and then another rock in there. Now they can be anything you want to be, and you can make them any shape you want as well. But it's just good for me to show you. And then we put a little bit of green in there because there's bound to be some seaweed and other things in. And then another colour which I haven't used yet, but we're going to with the boat, is 175 in the Faber range. Now this is a very dark sepia, and it really is great. You can just use it, or just putting there's a little bit of detail in. You see that how now that cliff is receding. That's lovely. And just to make it, we've got a little turbulence around there as well. You're not going to get it. A little bit of blue. There's a little bit of grey, a little bit of blue. And then once again, with your colour shaper, just add. In fact, here we can, if we've got your white, put a little bit of splash in. It always looks quite impressive if you do that. A little bit of breaking over the rocks. That's all we need, nothing more. Okay, boat. Now this is interesting because we've got a mast of a ship. And now a mast of a ship, I use a rule for this, I always do. Because if you get a wobbly line up there, it doesn't look right. But before we put the mast in, I'm going to put that sail in. And now the sail I'm going to use here, what shall I use here? I think I'm going to use the ochre. This is the 182. Now, just be careful with this. First of all, go around the edge, like you see me doing there, and turn the picture around. Don't be frightened of doing that, because you get a better angle with your hand when you come in like that. And we can be tidying this up with the dark colour in a minute. And then we put the fill it in. Do it quite loosely, first of all. We don't want too much pressure on here. And then, if you again get your blender out and blend that in. Now that will blend in really well. But it is a sail after all, so it doesn't have to be really smooth. It can have a hint of texture. Just turn it round once again. There you go. And that's fine. Now, we've got to make that a little darker. And I've got another colour, which again we haven't used yet. This is 283 in Faber range. Now here we can make it just a little stronger. Now, and also, there's a mast. Well, not a mast, it's a crosspiece. I don't know the technical term, folks. And then come down here, again the same as before, but this time be more gentle with the colour, because we don't want to make that too strong. Now, it would be nice if we could put some shading in it, wouldn't it? So don't put it all over, just come from, say, the corner. Like that. I don't think we need it much darker than that. Back with your colour shaper. And your colour shaper will give you that blend, if you like. Nice to have just a little bit of design in it too, rather than just all. In fact, you could even here, folks, just put just a little spot of white as well if you want. I'll leave that to you. You can decide, but that looks good. Now, what about the boat itself? Here I'm going to put white in. Here. And I'm going to put the blue in from on the top. Now the difference between this and the water, same blue, but with a much more concentration there. And I'm also going to put it down here. Now, it's not going to stay blue, we're going to add a couple more colours on there. But we start off with blue, and we've got some wash here. It might be an idea just to put a little bit of wash in where the boat's coming through the water. A little bit of white there. In fact, we can trail that white back, like that. A little bit of blue. Now, you can put any colours you want on here. I mean, you could make it a brown boat if you want. And now, on top of that, I'm going to use the green. Now, what it's done is made that too light in here. So we come in with the grey. and it does make it a little bit more rustic. And then with the brown, the 175, you can now go back over it again and add a little bit of texture. Now, I would just leave some of that colour there. I wouldn't completely remove it, because it's quite nice to have a little bit of tone. See what I mean? What about that big white line there? Now we're going to do something about that. And what we want to do here, if you've got a sharp one, and you may have to sharpen this up, you can then just put a couple of, there you go. Now, very nice. Nothing wrong with just touching a little bit of green in there, and maybe a bit of blue at the bottom. And if you've got, say, a nice sharp white, yes, I've got one here, you can then go, just put just a little bit of white back in. Now, it's up to you how far you take this. I'm just giving you some ideas. There you are, there's our boat. And what about our mask? Oh, a little man. Well, our little man, I would put him just a little spot of brown there. And on top of that, just a little spot of white. And we'll give him, what shall we give him? We'll give him a blue. Don't be too fussy, something like this, folks. You can only imply that's a little bit of ochre with just a little spot of dark sepia. There you go. Even put some hair on his head, look. Gosh. You don't want any more than that. Now we've got a few. What I'm going to do is sharpen that up, because what I need to do now is put all these rigging in. Now I've got a nice sharp pencil. I've done two already. Now if you've got a rule, then I would suggest you use it. Try and do this freehand, and it really doesn't work. Now what about the mast? Now that can go in as well, but this time we need to do it twice. Now get it right on the line that we have. If you've used my line drawing that I supply you with, then that's fine. There we are. And another one over here. Now this one is all but lost, but I'm going to put it in anyway. It comes where the little man is, and just above that area there. Right, here we go. And it's in front of the mask, which is handy. If it was behind, you would just go one side and then the other. And we'll put it in there like that. And there's one more, which comes along here. Like that. Just link it all together. And there's a couple of little billy-doos in there, which look quite attractive. I don't think we want any more. I think we've got enough. So what do we do about this now? Well, we can use our white pencil just to pick up just a little bit of light from there. And the other thing we can do here, with the grey, put in the boat. Now this time you don't put it in, you put it in just like we did with the waves. In, there's the mast and the sail. Well, now that sail comes down here. I don't try to put it in, and it'll be about there. And we've got it, and with the grey it's ideal because it's a forerunner, and then you can put a little bit of colour in that. I wouldn't necessarily think you need to put in the brown, you could use a green. I think that would look quite attractive. There you go. And if you want to make that a little stronger, which I think is a good idea, especially the mast, like that, we can just put a little bit of 175 just to add a little bit of weight to it. And there we are. What a nice simple little picture. I hope you enjoyed it and have a go at it. I look forward to seeing you soon on the next stem. Now in this demonstration I'm going to show you how to do this fantastic dog's ear. I'm going to start by using the white. It probably looks quite complicated, but actually it's not. Now, it's always a good idea, whenever you're doing fur or hair, is to work in the direction that you see the hair or fur lying in, like that. This gives it a very realistic effect. Now I'm going to do the rest of this, and I'll do it in my usual stop-start fashion. What that means is I won't be narrating it, I should just be carrying on. But I've already told you what I'm going to be doing, so you'll be able to see me finish this, and I'll be doing all of the hair, all the white hair of the animal, and then we're going to work on the darker hair. Now this first application of hair, you see that I've made it really strong. In other words, you can't see any pastel paper showing through. The next section is in here. Now this time you will see some of the pastel paper showing through. In other words, it's not as strong an application. And you've got a division there, which we can use in a minute. All these lines will be on the line drawing if you choose to use it. Now inside here, we want to put a little bit of white. Again, just the same idea, not too much, because I'm going to put a pink in here in a minute. But we need a base colour, which is what we call the cushion colours, or base colours. You see the difference between the two? Let me show you why I did that. First of all, let's use the pink, because that will be the most obvious colour. I'm going to put the pink in, and that's going to come in right up to there. I don't want it over here, because that's going to be more grey. And then fill it in these in-between areas, like that. And again, up there. Now that's just about all the pink that we want. Don't want to make it too strong. Okay, now, next colour is going to be the grey. Now this is a mid-grey I'm using. And that can come on top of the white here. Quite a light application, you don't want to make this too strong at the moment. And that can come down on this edge, where we've got the dark line. And it can also go into the pink, because this is a bluey, cooler grey, and this and pink works really well together. Now the other thing we've got to do is we've also got to extend some of this into the fur. Now the reason I'm doing that is it just makes the white fur just a little more interesting. You see how easy that is? Very light application. And you can also, and having once done that, you can also use a couple more colours. One is the ivory. I'm only using 10 colours in this particular picture to make it easy. And you put the ivory into the pink. It just makes it, again, more interesting. Into the white, I mean. Okay, like that. And you can also then just add just a spot or two of pink as well. If you do it the way I'm showing you, you'll find it'll work out really well. Just a little bit of pink in here. Now we need to make that a little darker. So what I've got here, this is a 169 in the Faber range, and that's quite a strong colour, so you don't want to make too strong, but just a little bit to make it look a little more depth in the ear itself, and that can be added very lightly on top. It can come all the way over here, like that. And there's another colour in here that I also want to add on, which is the ochre. Ochre and grey and pink all work really well together, so you can put just a little bit of this in as well. And then what we've got to do is blend that together. A little bit of ochre around here as well, and into there. Now, if you haven't got a blender like this, you can use a paper blender or any other blender you may have. Start with the light colour and just bring it back like I'm showing you again, working in the direction that you see the hair lying in. You've got the reference picture to help you and guide you through here. And see how nice that looks. We can reapply the white, and I will probably do that in a minute. Now that's all the strong. Now we've got to go into this darker colour. This is where it will show up a bit more. Like that. Now we don't really want it much darker than this, but I think we could do with it just a little more depth just here. But otherwise I think it's coming up very well. Now you see how simple it is. It's nothing really hard about that, as long as you follow those guidelines I've given you. Blow the dust away. Now this is a little bit risky. I'm going to make this just a little darker in here by reapplying the grey. This is the mid-grey. Okay, like that. And also this colour, which is Payne's grey. This is another very dark colour, but because we're putting it on top of those lighter under base colours, cushion colours, it's not going to appear quite so strong. And then we just want to blend that again. And there we go. That's got the colour and the tones that I wanted there. Now, I'm going to put black on, but I can't put black on. I've got to put 2 or 3 other colours before I start. And I start from there, and that comes into the white. Now, bring it into the white like that. It's always a good idea, even though we could put the white back over the top of this, and probably I will do in a minute. It's a nice idea to pull it into the white to start the ball rolling. Now I'll apply this in the same way that I applied the white earlier, because it's going to take a little while for me to do it, but you'll see most of it done in little bits and bobs. Okay, that's what I'm looking at, going all the way down there. And then I'm going to use the other colour, which is the 181. So let me show you that as well, because I'll be doing all of this. That goes on top of the grey, like that. And then, as if that wasn't enough, I'm also going to use a little bit of black on top of that, which makes it even darker. Now you're going to be seeing all this in stop-start as I go through, all the way through here. When you've done that, it's a nice idea just to use your colour shaper and just soften it a little bit, like that. Now all those colours mixed together, giving you a really wonderful tone. Although primarily it's black, it's got all those other colours underneath it, which don't make it, see how it started off life? And I did say I was going to bring some white back. Well, this is where you can just push the white. If you twist the pencil as you do this as well, you can bring the white back, and you'll see me doing all that too. So get me to go through that on a stop-start basis, and you'll see all of this finished. almost finished now. Another thing you can do, the colours that I put in here, if you've got the blender, you can use it, just pour some of the colour into the white, because we're going to put the white back on here in a minute, and that will look great. If you haven't got one of these, all you do is you use the white pencil, and you can do the same thing with it, but it's better to have a blender. Okay, now the white can go back. This time, I showed you how to twist the pencil. Look at the wording down here. You can see that what I'm doing. I've already showed you how to do that. So let's go down this edge here. You're bound to bring some of that colour, dark colour, back in, but that doesn't matter as long as you're blending and twisting it, like I'm showing you. It will register really well. There we are, look how good that is. Then you can put the rest of it in, again, just putting a few lines, following the direction that you see the hair lying in. And you get some fantastic effects. Let's just show you a couple of little things you can do. Little flicks of the pencil, just to make it look a little hairy. It always looks that little bit nicer. Well, there we are. That's the end of this demonstration. I should be doing more demonstrations on this particular dog. I'll be doing the top of the head or the fur, and then I'll be doing the eyes and the mouth, and also the background. So look out for them. I'll see you soon. Now, in this demonstration, I'm going to show you how you can do black and white fur on a dog. I've started off by just very roughly running around with the appropriate colours, the edges. And I've already put the white in there, so this is the white on the other side, working the direction that you see the hair lying in. And this has to be solid, therefore you don't see any pastel paper showing through. Now I'm going to do the white first because I work from light to dark and it's always a good idea. Now I'm going as far down as there, and I'm going to surround the eye here so that you'll be able to see how I work the different colours and tones. I'll just bring this down a little more. Now this is fairly easy if you follow the rules, and the rules are you leave the pastel paper showing through where you want the stronger colours to be. And I'm only going down as far as here. And the idea is I want to put the fur surrounding the eye because I'm going to do the eyes in another demonstration. Now this is primarily showing you how to work the fur out. And you see, as I'm twisting round, I'm following the direction that I see the hair lying in. And this makes such a difference to the effect at the end. Now I'm just imagining that I've got the black already over there, so I'm leaving some of the colour. Here we've got a kind of a mixture of black and white, so here we don't do it quite so solid like that. It's going to be very dark around the eye when I eventually get to that. And then back here it's solid again. Now that's all of the white fur put in. You see over here it's almost straight. There we are, that's the end of the white fur. Obviously it will continue down here, but we're now going to bring in the grey. Now, although it's black and white, you want to put an undercushion. We call these cushion colours. It's when you put a colour underneath a very, very dark colour. In this case it's going to be, ultimately it will be black, but we've got another colour in between the two. Now when you get down here, it's got a slither of dark there, and we have just a little bit of dark there, but not that much. In other words, when it gets down here, it's kind of mixing with the white, so we have a combination of two, and you'll see that a little bit better later on. Another little dark area here. The more detail you can get into something like this, the better it's eventually going to look. Now, just there, we've got a mixture of the white and, or light and dark, should I say. So we don't make it quite so strong. I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's just do this. Now, we want to come into the white, but obviously, if you put the grey in the white, it's going to be weakened. So you kind of presume that you're going to be coming back with the white, which we are in a little while. So we can start the ball rolling, give the impression. And up here, it's dark. Now, once again, this is a large area, and this is in direction of fur. Now, I've already put a lighter application of grey there, and you'll see why that is in a minute. And this comes all the way around here. Now, I'll finish that off in a moment, but I just want to take you through this next bit, because once again, we've got some of the grey filtering into there. Okay, and then it's dark again. I should fill that off camera, but let's just come in here now, because this is the next area. Now, I've already put an area around the eye. That's indicated by that dark line. So we won't go any further than that for the moment. But I wanted to show you how the fur looks at this stage. Now, here we have another area where we have the white and the grey converging. Again, you see, everything I do, you see, is direction of fur. Now, it doesn't really show up so much with these lighter colours, but it will when you get to the darker colours. But the intention is really important. So if you intend, you see now coming around here, if you intend to do it, everything you do, you'll find that it shows at the end of the day. Now that is what I was talking about earlier when I said the white goes into the grey, like that. So you kind of already got the idea of that. Let me just fill that in, and then we'll work on the next colour. I'm not going to do too much here, because this is the eye sequence that we'll be doing. But there is just a little bit of dark on that side, which is quite important. It's not solid, and I should be putting, in fact, I'll do it now. I'll be putting just a little bit of white in. Now, the reason I'm doing that is because eventually I'm going to have a very dark eye. When we get the eye dim, you'll find that that's very dark there. So we want to contrast against it. And in a moment, I'll be putting the dark colour in there. Let me finish that off first. That's with the grey. Now, the next application to the dark colour is 181. This is 181 in the Faber range. It's a Payne's grey. Now here, remember I said that that was going to be dark? Well, I've just made it dark, leaving a very light slither there. And here will be dark too. That's all I'm going to do there. But just here we've got that. And this is where we've got to be just a little bit careful. Very lightly stroke this colour in, because it's not solid white or not solid black. It's just got an infill of the two colours together, like that. Down again, down here, and that will eventually extend to about there. Let me just show you that. Do a little bit more of the snout. There we are. Now, grey, let's put the grey in first. That will come, and that peters out when it gets to there. Now, I'm doing more demonstrations on this animal. I'm doing the eyes, I'm doing the nose, and I'm doing the background as well. So that'll be interesting. Now here, we can also use the very dark colour to suggest those hairs coming back, like that. If you can make a bit of a start on this before you have to redo the white and put the white back over, it just makes it a little bit easier to understand. Ooh, that's it. And what I didn't tell you, and I should have done, is that's also, same as this, an infill of grey or dark and light, should I say. And like that. But everywhere else is dark. Now I can do that off camera. You've seen me do that before. Just around here though, we've got I don't want to make this too dark. So when I put the black on in a minute, it will be minimal. But it's quite hard, and this is why I wanted to do this particular dem for you, because you've got to try to think about this as being fur direction. I've emphasized this quite a lot during this demonstration, and it is really, really important. Now that's going to be a little darker, but not that much darker than it is there. And once again, come into the white, suggesting a blending of those two colours, like that. Now this, you see how much easier it is when you start from the medium tones and then you work in the dark colours too. There we are. Now I've finished this off, and I'll show you little bits as we go through, and you can see it all done, but you'll see it in bits and pieces. When I get up there, this is where I'm going to be again a little bit frugal with my dark. Make it dark, but I want to leave it a light edge, otherwise we'll just run into the ear, and then you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two, which is what I want to do. Now watch as I do this. You'll see as I work the pencil strokes, it'll be like that until I get to here, when it'll be like that. I've almost finished. Let's bring in the fur here. Now you notice that this is a lot darker here, and that's because we want a light on the dark side, otherwise the head will run into the neck. We don't want that to happen. So there we are. Now, if you have a colour shaper, this is a good time to do it. You could wait until you've got the black on, but I think it's probably a good idea to do it when you get to this stage, because you can just see then how the fur lies, and you work the strokes exactly the same way as I was showing you with the pencil, like that. Now I'll do that all over. You see, what you're doing is you're pushing the colour into the paper. If you haven't got a blender of some kind, whether it's a colour shaper like mine or a paper blender, then if you haven't got one, you won't be able to do that. You just have to rely on the other colours. Now I'm going to use the black. It's where you've got to be just a little more careful. I'm going to concentrate on this area. We've got to work with strokes very much in the fur direction. Now it helps because I've already rubbed it in. And I don't want to come too far down here that I was telling you about earlier. Just at the top of the head, it's a good idea just to leave that a little bit lighter. And I'm going to show you in a minute how you can go back over this with a colour we haven't actually used yet on this particular demonstration, but it will work really well. Now, let me continue with that. I'll rub it in blend it in, then I'll go over this area using the black in the way that you see me doing it now. So that's how it's going to be. And then I'll come back and I'll show you the next procedure. I've also got to go around here too. So I'll do little bits and pieces as I've done before, so just you can see all of it done, but you won't see every tiny little bit. Just here I'm going to make that just a little darker, and just there, just on the tip of that. But I don't want to make it dark in there. So it might be an idea just to blend that in. As I said, the reason I've done that is because when the eye is dark, it will show up better. That's all the black put in now, and you see it looks great. What I would do is just where you have the relationship between the white and the black, just go over. You can do this with either one way or the other. You can either go with the white over like I'm doing now, which is probably the better way of doing it, or you can pull the black in. But here you've got to be a bit more careful. So it depends on how you feel about it. The other thing to do is, it's always nice in an area like this to add just a little bit more colour. So what I'm going to do is going to add a little bit of my ivory pencil just into the white application. Don't go too close to this. We want a relationship between the ear and the white. So that white there we've put in, and the dark on the other side should stay. And this ivory can go all over. Apart from the creaminess and the really attractive look it gives to a white animal, is it also helps to fill the paper up nicely. You see that? And just there, if you don't have to do this, folks, you can leave it as it is. You can just put just a little spot of ochre. I always think that just a little touch of ochre or colour can make such a difference. I don't think we need it there, do we? No, I don't think we do. I think that's the only place really. It just gives a little bit of tone in there, and I would leave that. So that's now finished the demonstration, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you soon. Remember that we have other demonstrations on the ear, the nose, and the background to come. So I'll look forward to seeing you in one of them. Now in this demonstration I'm going to show you how to do a dog's eye. And first of all, we put the light in the eye using the white pencil. And the reason you do this is because we work primarily from light to dark. Therefore, we need to put the lights in first. If you try to put that light in over the top of all the dark colours, it would be very muddy. Now, although we're going to be cutting in on the white, and we will interfere with it to a certain extent, the white will always be there, so we'll be able to retrieve it. Now, what I'm using now is the grey. This is the mid-grey. I've already put the eye surround in here. It doesn't look much at the moment, but it will do as we move on. Now, first of all, I've got to go round this eye here with the grey. And I'm going to put the grey in the centre, but I can't do it yet because otherwise I'll lose the line. So carefully around the edge now. Having put that in there, immediately I'm going to go in with the next colour. Now this is a brown. It's a reddish brown. It's 283 in the Faber range. And it's a colour that I use a lot in dogs' eyes. Now we're not going to use too many colours here, so it won't be confusing for you. And you think, well, aren't you taking your time? Folks, it pays you to do this. Take your time, because you can fill up, go around that light. That's the most important thing. And as I said, we will interfere with that white, but we will be able to bring it back, I assure you. So there's the grey, and there's the brown. Now you could argue, well, why don't you put the brown in instead of the grey first? If the brown went in, well, if that was the case, it would be too rich. And we use the grey, as we've used it for the surround here, as a softening, dampening agent, if you like. Means the eye, and you see now how good they look. Yes, and it means the eye won't be too rich, or the brown wouldn't be too rich. Okay, so far so good. Now, I did say I was going to put the grey back in. Now I can now, because we can see the difference between the grey and the brown. And when I put my next colour in, I can't do it on here, because it's impossible here. You can't see it very clearly, so it wasn't worth doing it. But we've got to go in with a darker colour on that. So what I'm going to use is a Payne's Grey. Now don't press too hard with these colours, you don't need to. But we could have put the black in directly on top of this, which this next colour I'm going to use. But again, it's a good idea to have a cushion colour in here. So now, we can start perhaps put just a little suggestion in there. That's it. And now the black. Once again, there is no need to press hard. The black is a very well, all the colours I've got here, the pastel pencils, are responsive. Now you can see the dog's eye emerging. Now, it is very dark eye, so what I've got to do in a minute is I've got to darken the surround. And I'm going to use Payne's Grey for this. Now, this is on top of the brown. There you go. Same here. And now we're going to put the black in. Now the black goes between the eye and the slightly lighter fur area which I've got there, and here we've got to leave just a little bit of light. Let me just show you what I mean. That's pastel paper that hasn't been touched, so I'm just going to put a little bit of white in there for the moment. Bring the black in again, and in around there. Now leave this area light for the moment, and then you can use the black again just to pull back on top of that 181. So now what we're doing is graduating from here to here, leaving the vast majority of that brown alone. And you see how nice that looks. A little bit more strength on that pupil. That pupil doesn't have to be very strong. And then again, the black here. Now that's come up really well. A couple of little things we can do just before we move on. Just make sure we've got the white in here. Now if you haven't done other demonstrations, you'll find that we I do show how to do this. So if you're doing in sequence, if you're not doing in sequence, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to put just a little bit of light in here as well. It just emphasises the strength of the eye. Got it? The other thing while we're here is we can just make sure that white, which I put on originally, is just a little stronger. You see how nice that is? Now let's move over here because we can do the same thing here. A little bit of light on there. Just make it that little bit richer. And what about all the rest of this? Well, what I would suggest is here we put just a little bit more white, because you've got a little bit of white of the eye. It's just showing just there. So put that in, come back in with the black, and cut around like that. And then this can be filled in. Now this eye, you may have seen other demonstrations with dog's eyes that I've done, but this one is quite dark. So I've deliberately gone in and showed you a really attractive dark eye, which, as I said, is largely dark, but with this little hint of brown. Now you can come back in with the brown. This is the brown we used just now, and that can serve to give you a really attractive effect. We come in here, we can do the same thing again, just on the bottom part of that eye. Well, that doesn't look great. Not a lot more you could do. What I will do is to make this just a little more attractive. I will just put a little bit of light here. Now this can go over. You remember when I said I did the white, I said you need it to be bright. You see how bright that is now? If you try to put the white on top, which is what I would have done here, it doesn't, it goes very dull. But that's exactly what we're looking for here. So this can be done afterwards. See that difference? Now the other thing is, the lights in here aren't quite as bright, so we can just temper them with just a little bit of the grey on top of the white. So it's still there, you can still see it, but it's not as bright and shiny as that is. So there we are, folks. That's all there is to this demonstration. As I said, there are others that I'm doing in this particular animal, namely the ears, the fur, the nose and the background. So be sure to look out for them. A few little finishing touches there. And it's a really good idea just to make sure you get a contrast between the light below and the eye itself. Just need to revisit with the pencils again. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. I look forward to seeing you on the next one. I'm going to demonstrate a dog's nose to you now. Start off with some white pencil. This is for the highlight. And there's also a little bit of light in here, just a spot. And then we're going to use a light grey, and this is a cool grey, just to go around that white. Doesn't matter if you interfere with it. The fact that we put the white on means we can bring it back if we have to later on. And also just here. Now we also need to put it in, but not quite so strong, in the other areas. And then with the mid-grey, you go straight away into the nostril. Shape that like that. And the same with the other side. Now you can't see much of this on the other side, but it's just a hint. Like that. And I would suggest what you do is immediately use a dark colour. Now this is Payne's Grey I'm using, and you'll see the sense of that in a minute. It looks very dark compared with this, but you'll see how I work it out. Okay, now we've got that dark colour in, we can come back in with the mid-grey, and this time start to shape the nose. Just go on over the line. If you're using my line drawing, you'll be able to go over the line with that, and then just draw around the nose like this. This just gives you the shape that we want, and along the top. Not too strong there, just a very light application, like that. And there's a centre area here, a little division mark, so put that in as well. And what I would do, because we're almost certainly going to lose that when we bring the grey in again, just put just a little bit of strength in there. That's all you need. Now to fill it in. On the top, we've already put quite a strong light grey under cushion on it. But down here, it wasn't quite so strong. Therefore, the grey that I'm putting on now will register just a little stronger. You see the difference between the two. Now, you notice that I'm using round circular movements. This provides us with two effects. One is that it pushes the colour into the paper very successfully, and two, it gives us a texture for the nose itself. Dogs' noses are got little pimples around over them, and now what I've done there is I'm talking away and not explaining to you, but that light that I put in there, now I've lost the other side. Let's just put a little bit of light back in the other side. You can re-establish the light at any time. Like, for instance, if you want to put a little bit more light on there, you can. Yes, they have a texture to the nose, and if you can achieve that, it's really attractive. You see how I'm helped by the paper itself. The paper I'm using is our own Ingres paper, sand colour, which has got a tooth running. You probably can see that tooth running, and you can use that tooth. Great effect. Now that's the second stage of the nose. Now the third stage is the difficult bit. We're going to go in with a 181, which is a Payne's Grey, but just before that, again, it'll be wise, I'm going to use a black here just to do the nostril again, because once this 181 goes on top of the nose, you'll start to lose the nostril. So just put that little bit of extra depth down there, and maybe re-establish that line there. It safeguards the fact that when you use this dark colour, you're not going to completely lose the detail. And then you go back over the same ground that we did when we used the grey. Just go around the edges. It does take time, but it's worth it. Like that. And then round here. Don't want very much along the top because I want that to be quite light. Okay, now, once again, we already gone over this area once with the bit grey, so don't make it too stark, but down here we want it to be just a little darker. Once again, using the round circular movement. Now you see what I mean by going around that nostril. If I hadn't put the black in, we'd have found that difficult to find the detail again. Once again, it's not very strong, just a light touch. Now, if you have got one of these, folks, which is a colour shaper, you can use it. You don't have to use this, but it does serve to smooth down some of the colour. Now, I'm not just blending willy-nilly, I'm kind of dabbing at it. A little bit like when I use the pencil action. And what that does is it just pushes the colour into the paper without smudging it too much. Now you see I completely lost that line. Well, completely, I know where it is. And I'm going to put it back again as well with the black. See how easy it is though, you've got to be careful. And now I'm going to use the black on top of this. And this would seem quite hard, but it works really well. Now we don't want too much there, I want to keep that quite light on the top. But just there, we need it to be a spot darker. Go back over the nostril again. And then you can now look at the way that nose is coming up. That little bit of light there and that little bit of light here. Retain it. And when you get to the bottom here, it could be just a little stronger. But I don't really think, folks, we need to go any stronger than that. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Just to finish off, it's a good idea just to put just a little bit of light back into the top of the nose using the white pencil. And another thing you can do is you can just fuse, using the white, the area between the nose and the top of the snout, like that. Let's bring that back just a little touch with the grey, and there we are. I wouldn't do any more. Leave that alone. No need to do any more to that. Just pick up a little bit of light on the bottom here with your white pencil, just touch there. Now, that's the end of the nose sequence. However, if you bring back in your 181, I'm going to also show you how we can do the mouth. And also, just here, there's no point in using the grey, just use, that's the mid-grey, just use the 181, just to darken the area, just there, because it would create a little bit of shadow. There we are, something like that. Now that looks really, otherwise it would look too much striking between, too much of a striking contrast between the nose and the white snout. Okay, now because I said I'd do the mouth as well, I'm just going to finish off using the white for this area of the mouth. And it comes up to, but don't go right up, just leave some of the paper showing through there. And you'll see the sense of that in the tick. There we are. Now the grey, this is the mid-grey, can come in here and just put into, no point in using the lighter grey in this because it's quite a strong tone. And do it the way I've done it. Now what we're trying to do is to create a hair effect, like the white hair and the grey mouth should look like that. And we can bring the white back again in a minute. Okay, now here it's slightly different because we can then drag some of the grey over the top of the white. Can't do it here, but we can do it here because it's a shadow. Okay, now what about down here? Well, what we've got to do now is close that up a little bit more, because that grey has got to peter out so it can go on top of the white, just here. You see the difference? And if you've got the 182, which is the ochre, you can also use a little bit of ochre in here as well. Just adds a bit of colour. You can also put it up here into that grey. There you go. Now, 181 can now be put into the mouth. And same idea again, we want these hairs to at least start the ball rolling with the hairs by pushing the grey up into that area and then just pulling it back over there. Don't think we did anything else in there. That's fine. One other thing we can do is we've got some little whisker holes. Put a few in. Like that. Oh wait, don't worry about the other side. Oh, that's fine. And then we can bring a little bit of the white back in to soften that. Now in that white, I've also included a little spot of ivory. And just a touch of pink. Ivory was 102 in the Faber range, and this is the pink. Now, in a minute, that will almost disappear, but you probably just can make it out up here, where I previously applied it. That's lovely. And with a nice sharp white, you can then bring the whiskers back over the top. And to do that, we need to turn it round. Now, by using a nice sharp white pencil, you can then go back over these areas I was talking about earlier, where we started the ball rolling by putting the dark into it, but now we can just bring the light back. Like that. Now turn it back the other way again, and there is our finished nose and mouth. I hope you've enjoyed that. There are other demonstrations on this animal, including the eyes and the ears and the background, so be sure to look out for them. I'm going to demonstrate for you now how to put a background on this very attractive dog. And what we need is a medium tone background so that we can see the white as a contrast and we see the black as a contrast. So what I'm using to start with is 230 in the Faber range, which is a light cool grey. And the reason I'm using this one is we need a cushion colour. Now, cushion colours, as you probably know by now, if you watch other dens, are colours that give us a really good key for the stronger tones that we're going to put in. Now you need to put these in quite solidly. Now it doesn't necessarily need to press hard, you just need to keep working it until you get a good coverage on the paper, because we don't want the darker colours to touch the raw paper. So that's what we're looking for. And then once you've got that in there, you then blend it with your finger. It will have created quite a lot of dust, as you can see there. Well, it's a good idea to get all of that dust, or as much as you possibly can, into the picture. Now, when you come against this edge, use just a little bit more and go right against the edge and touch the edge of the subject, like that. And again, blend with your finger, because I'm going to show you how we can make that really attractive later on. But that's how we do it. Now, as we come up, you'll see that here I've left some of the paper showing through. Well, I don't want to do that, so cut in and make sure that you get a good coverage. If you have a problem, you can also use, if you've got one of these, you can use one of these, which is the colour shaper or a paper blender or any blending tool, and that pushes it up into the subject. Again, what's important is we don't want any dark colours hitting the background. As we proceed, I'll do a tiny bit more for you so you can see how that works. Nice and strong tone. Cover it, paper as best you can. Use your finger where you can. Where you can't, use a colour shaper just to push it in. Lovely. Now, I'm going to do that all round here. Now, I've got the last little bit to do. And once again, right up into the colours on the animal. And blend them in. Now already you can see the benefit of that. We have a lovely subject. It's not cut off too much, but I'm going to make that even better than that later on. But all the way around you can see that there's contrast, but that's not enough contrast, so we need to darken it a little more. So I'm going to put a bit of grey in as well. I'll do it this side this time. That would be about right. Let's just go round the snout so that you can see how much better contrast we have if we use that. Now this can go all over as well. So let me do that. Rub it in just the same. Now it rubs in really well because we've got that light grey cushion colour underneath it. So you'll get a lovely contrast. Now you see the difference between the contrast here and the contrast here. It's not really dark, but it's certainly dark enough. And you can't avoid having some of these colours touching the subject. So, but don't worry about that, because I'm going to show you in a minute how you can bring all that back again. We can go back over the subject, bringing all those colours back. Just looking at that nose really needs to be just a little darker there, because the white starts here. I'll just show you what that means. You use a little bit of colour shaper there as well. That needs to be dark, and just here I want it to be light coming from there. This is what I'll be doing in a minute when I show you how we put the finishing touches to the picture. But the grey, that sort of grey, I don't want it any stronger than that, all the way around. This final little section, and we're finished. Now, I would suggest that you settle for that. It's a very simple background with colours which work really well, and with the animal, and we have enough contrast. So I would suggest you leave it at that. Now what about down here? I was mentioning this to you. What we do here, I bring a little bit more white in, like that. And here we bring some more grey, but a little bit stronger this time to go across that edge. And then use the 181, which we've used before, to go on top of that, like that. Now this is where it gets tricky. Let's start with the white. You bring the white back in and make it look a little bit like a cloud. See how that now disappears into the cloud? This is more difficult. If you turn it on its side, catch the edge of it, like that. and run it down like that. Now that looks pretty good, but I think we can do better. So just pull it just a little bit more, so that what we get is this effect. We can always bring in the light colour which we used previously if you want to, but I would settle for that because I think that that looks pretty good. It's possible just to pick up from using the 181 just the very edges of it. Don't go right over to the background, but just pick up the edge like that. So what you're left with is just a fused edge down there. Now, it's not easy, folks, but as you can see, it's possible. And that looks great. Now, what about all the edges? When you've gone round with the background colours, you almost certainly have touched some of the areas. So, and I'll just see another area. Let me just show you what I mean. This is something you'll find as well. That's not quite gone up close enough. So, a little quick repair job. Use a bit of grey, mid-grey, and go in, because I'm going to go over the top of this in a minute with some hairs. There we are. That's better. Right, now what do we do here? Well, I would use the 181. I wouldn't use the black. Now let me just start here. What we're looking for, keep the pencil on the paper and twist it. It doesn't have to be that regular. It can just be however you want it to be. And stop there. Now that looks great. Now that's all there. We've already done this bottom, so we don't need to do the bottom. Let's do the side. And then what I'll do is I'll go right round the animal, showing you all of the edges, including the white and the dark. But don't use black here, it would be too severe. 181 works better. When you get to an area like that, which is not really quite the same as the hair, and when you come here, again, we don't want that to be like this, so just bring that up like that. And you can see, you might well be able to pick up on the screen, there's a little bit of background colour there. Well, that will disappear like that. And they can go back into there. Now the white. The white is probably easier than the black, to be honest, because all with the white you just need to just touch the edges in like that. I can see, you see, the background colours affected that too. But there you go. And just there. A bit of white there. And the snout. Like that. Well, I might as well show you all this now. I've nearly finished. There we don't want any hairs particularly. We just want a line like that. And there you go. Now, what about the nose? I'd use the dark colour again here and just pick up any areas like that where you have a fluffy bit. That's good. A little bit of white. I've already done this once. I haven't do it again. And the chin. Now the chin can actually have some hairs in it, so let's just show you how to do that. Use the pencil again, twist it as you do it, but just instead of making it a line, make it look like hair. And there we are. There we are, that's now finished. And I think you'll agree, that looks pretty spectacular. There is only one thing that I will show you, and that is there are a few little hairs on the animal, so let's just put a few. Don't overboard here, just a few, and there's a few coming from here. Just makes it look just that little bit real. There we are. Now the only thing is I've got the top of the head, haven't I? I've missed that bit. Let me show you. 181 again. And I don't think I went down the ear, did I? I think I got carried away showing you the hairs. And again, round that edge. Like that. And I think that is finished. I think I did the hairs here, didn't I? Yep. Perfect. Now that's worked out really well. I hope you've enjoyed that. It's been a great subject, and as I say, there are demonstrations on the ears, the eyes, the fur and the nose, as well as the background. I hope you enjoyed doing them all. I'll see you soon. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to produce a lovely blue sky with white fluffy clouds. Now I'm using the Ingres sand-coloured paper, which we supply, and you'll see the reason for this in a minute. And you'll notice that the tooth is running across. Now that's going to be very useful for us, because I'm going to do other areas of this landscape as well in demonstrations, although this particular one is going to be for the sky. And you'll see how I can use the tooth in various ways. Now you can see the tooth quite clearly there. Now I'm going to do it all the way along here. And the other thing I want to explain to you is when you come against a building or trees, for instance, you don't put the light colours or the pastel pencil colours over the church or the trees. However, to make a successful job of this, you've got to rub the pastel in, as I shall do in a moment. Now I'll only do that much for the moment because I'm covering all the areas I want. Now you want to make sure that you've got a good coverage, so what I would do is just give it another application, and you'll notice that there's quite a lot of dust appearing. Now we're going to use that. There we are. Now that's just about the perfect base colour of white. So let me just show you. Now, teeth, no teeth. I've got it. So you can, if you want to, remove all the tooth lines. Now, this is what I was trying to say to you. When you come against a building, you can't go around it, otherwise it look odd. So you can rub across it. But that doesn't matter too much, because when you put the pencil on the paper, like that, you're starting to crush the paper. Let me just do a little bit more for you there. Rub it in and rub over the edges of the image. Now, the reason it doesn't matter about that is because it's your finger is the only pressure you've used. So later on, I won't do it now, I'll do it on the tree. Later on, I'm going to be erasing this pastel from here, giving me back my sand-coloured paper, which I will use for the next operation. You understand that? Now we have to do that because if you were to use the blue directly onto the pastel paper, it would look ugly. However, let me show you what we can do here. if we want some cloud, let's have a cloud coming in from this edge. So that will be blue sky. All right, and this will be a cloud. And we have another one here. Now they're clouds. And what you do is you blend the blue around them. Like that. Now at the top of the sky, it's always darker, so give it another application of blue at the top, and then as you come down, graduate that until you get to about there, and then it can weaken off. So this can be a lighter application of blue, and that could be a stronger one. Now you can use a darker blue up there, but I'm not going to. The purpose of this demonstration is just to make it nice and easy for you to understand and to operate yourself. Now that's fine. So it's dark up there, light up there. Now I'm going to rub again with my finger. It's impossible to actually maintain that cloud design. So you do the best you can, but it really doesn't matter if you go over it, because I'm going to show you another technique which we can use. There we are. Now we've still got traces of a cloud, but they're still a little bit wanting, aren't they? So what we do, if you've got an ordinary eraser, let me show you one that I've got here. This is my favourite, which is pencil eraser. But you can use an ordinary eraser to do the same thing. So I'll use both to show you that you can use either or. The pencil eraser is handy because you can create little designs. See that shape? And why am I doing that? Well, if I was to put the white colour on top of the blue, it would be wishy-washy. Now that can work sometimes, but in this case it won't work very well, as you'll see in a minute. If we come back with the white pencil, then we've got raw paper now, remember. We've taken the blue off. It means the cloud will be much brighter. And we can fill that in again. Now let me show you what would happen if you didn't do that. Let's say we wanted the cloud coming up here. See the different colour? Now that's okay if you just want a loose cloud, say, attached to that you don't particularly need it to be bright like that. Now when you get that, the problem is now, if I was to use my finger, I'm going to end up like I did before. So what we do is we use a colour shaper. Now I've got a colour shaper here, which is one of my favourites. You can use an ordinary blender if you've got one, or any kind of blender really, come to that, but these are really unique. I'm just taking all the rubbish off from the time I used it last. And then you can use the colour shaper just to fashion your cloud. Now you see, you have much, much more control over this. And there we are. Now that's not difficult. Down here, you can just bring the blue and the white together, giving you a nice edge to that cloud. There we are. Now that's it. Now I'm going to do that all over and you'll see the finished result. But that's basically the idea of what I'm going to be doing. So in a minute, you'll see the whole thing done with all the techniques that I've just showed you put in place. There we are. That's all finished. All that remains to be done is to remove the pastel from the areas you don't want it to be, like this church, for instance. Now, I'll be doing more demonstrations on this particular landscape, so watch out for them. There we are. I've just finished this off, and then you can get a really good idea of how that is going to be looking. Now you imagine that church done too. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed that. Got lots of ideas. I look forward to seeing you on the next stem. Now, in this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to produce a very simple church subject. First of all, I'm starting off by putting some ivory on top of the sand-coloured paper. Sand-coloured paper is an asset here because it will give us an undertone which will be absolutely right. Now just here, this is the lighter part of the church, and we'll have a darker roof on it. Now we don't want to overdo this, so I'm going to use the grey, and this is 233 grey, and this will go very lightly over the darker section of the church. The light's coming from this direction, so it will hit all of these areas here lighter, and over here will be automatically darker. Now don't worry at all about the fact that that doesn't look very even at the moment. It will do in just a moment, because I'm going to show you how we can get that. I'm just going to make it just very, very slightly darker, because I know that when I put into operation my next effect technique, it will darken down, or lighten up, shall I say, from that dark colour. Okay, here we go. Now I'm using a colour shaper. Any blender will work the same way, but what we want to do is to blend this in, and it will create a greyish, ivory-ish tone, like that. Now that's ideal. That's an ideal combination. So what's next? Well, what's next is that we've got to come in with just a little bit of dark, very, very lightly, on some of the areas that will be darker, like the windows, for instance. Now, in a picture like this, you don't have to be really too fussy, as long as you get the details and the perspective right. Now just here, each one of these little turrets will have a shadow on that side, like that bit. And we can just put just a little bit of shadow on that side, even though, and then continue that line along here. And there's another one there, which continues along there. Right, now I'm going to make the edge of this church just ever so slightly darker, because it will give us a better contrast to the sky. And then come down on this side, and on this side. Now already it's looking good. Now I can put some windows in. that. Now that is a clock. What I'm going to do with that is I'm going to put just a little bit of blue in. And we've got a blue cock. Very light touch. You don't need to be very strong with these tones. They look good as they are. And the pastel paper that I'm using, the Ingres pastel paper, which is our own pastel paper we have, creates almost like a brickwork effect, as you can see. So we can leave that as it is at the moment. Now there's a little bit of dark there. Got to watch on perspective here. It slopes very slightly down. Now the other thing we can do here is just on the turrets, top of the turrets, we can just put a little bit of white. I don't have to worry about that side. Maybe I'd put just a little bit on there. Like that. Now that looks good, doesn't it? Now I've got a very sharp 181, which is Payne's Grey. So let me show you how I can actually make that just that little bit stronger. Now by using the 181, make sure this is sharp. You can just turn it on its side because you get a better angle then. And there's our spire. Never be too fussy. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the turret or the tower in, could I say, while I'm this way up. Let's just put just a little bit more definition in there, like that. And you can also just come put a little bit more of the window. Now you can do this the other way up if you want, but I kind of find it sometimes easier if I've got lines like this to do, to actually do it. And also it's more impressive to you when you see this finished. And I present it to you in the other way now. Just these lines that I've already put in, add a little bit more to them. Now the window here can have just a little more weight to it. And so can these. More on this side because of the light that's shining from this direction. So you can make an awful lot of these things. Now the clock will have a light on this back area because it will be where the light is hitting it. A little bit of wind on that window and a little bit more there. Okay, I don't think I want to do any more. I think you'll see when I turn this round the other way, just on the edge, like I did say when it was the other way up, that edge gives you just that little bit of more depth against the sky. Now that looks pretty good to me, and I wouldn't do any more. Let me turn it round and show you how that is actually looking. Stunning, isn't it? One of the other things here, you do the same thing with these. All I've done here is just put, there's going to be a tree line coming in here. A little bit of depth in here. Now, what about the roof? Well, I've also got something to do here. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm using the grey, and what I'm using is this lighter grey, first of all, and then the other grey, which is the mid-grey. And then I'm using another colour, which is 169. We haven't used this yet. And that will serve us to give us just a little bit of colour on that. And that'll give you an idea of what we're going to be doing here. So let's do this with a little bit more pressure. I want to put the grey in first, exactly the same as I did on that. Followed by the mid-grey. Now when you've got a roof, and again, we've got the texture of the paper wouldn't help us here, we don't want to make it solid. So the more texture you can put in here, the better it'll look. Now what I would do with that is, before we put the next colour on, I would use the colour shaper just to push the colour into the paper. Couldn't do it up there, it's too small. Down here works a treat. Now, the 169 can come on. I'd draw in the edges here before you actually start putting in the roof itself. Now, if you're clever, what you can do with this is you can drag it across. Let me show you what I mean. Now, I've brought you nice and close to see this. And what you do with this is you go across the roof. As I said, the tooth is helping. You're almost putting tiles in. Suggestions. You can do this with all them. I'll be doing it with the other roofs as well when we do the other dens. There you go. Now look how nice that is. And when I pull back in a minute, you'll see. Just a little bit more depth on the top, so we have a good contrast, and a little bit more here. Now what you can do there is just bring the ivory pencil down here so that you get a really nice contrast between the roof and the church. And to be really fussy, you just use your colour shaper again just to push that in. Don't rub it, because it'll end up by smearing and smudging, but that looks really stunning. Now let me pull back and you'll see just how nice that actually does look. There you are, look how great that looks. Look how nice it is against the sky too. Now we can leave it at that, or there is one other thing you can do. I've also got another pencil which is 182. Now you don't have to do this, but this is something that is really, really interesting. You'll see me do a lot of demonstrations. You can use the ochre very, very lightly. Notice how I'm holding the pencil. And just put a little bit of this in. It just makes the picture just a little bit brighter. As I say, you don't have to do that. It looks good as it is. But this is just one little addition that if you really want to make it look a bit special, and of course in here too, I'll just speed this up now because you've seen how it's done. And also in here too, it can come. The grey and the ochre, that's the mid-grey I used, works really well together. So it'll combine nicely. So there we are now, I've nearly finished. Let me just run across. I'm using the pastel paper, in fact, to almost pick the colour off of my pencil. And there we are. Now that looks great. And once again, the old trick, I'm going to use the other side of that to dab it again. It just pushes the colour into the paper, makes it just look that little bit more acceptable. There you go, that's done. One great church. I'll be doing more dems on this particular landscape, so watch out for them. So I look forward to seeing you soon. Now in this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to produce these trees. And I'm also going to show you how to develop a building. And you see what I've done here is I'm going around the outside edges of the buildings. Now I don't expect you to watch me do all of this, but you see I've already started the ball rolling here. So I shall do that. Now I'm using the dark green because this is the best colour to create the contrast, right? But it won't stay like that. So what I'm going to do is fill it in like this. Let me do a little bit because it's a long job and I'll do it in stages for you. Now you'll notice too that I'm leaving some gaps here and some more up there. and you'll see why that is in part 2 of this particular section. Now I'll just finish this off like that. Right, that's how it's all going to look. That's how that looked originally. So I'm going to carry on now. You'll notice over here, just before we go on, I've made this lighter, and I'm also going to make down here, this is going to be lighter too. This is to give us 3 different tree lines. You can see here that I've got the very dark trees here, out framing the building. Then we've got a lighter section, and then along here, which is actually going to be a riverbank, which would be another demonstration at another time, I'm going to put another bank of trees or bushes or whatever, grass. But you see how interesting that is. Now when the buildings go in, it's going to be even more. But I'm going to show you how to do all of that, but I'm going to do it in little sections because of the time side of it. So watch me as I go through, first of all, with the dark green. Now what do we do with all these little gaps? Well, we put another colour in. Now this is 170 in the Faber range, but it's a lightish green, not too light, but you can see what it does. Now I'm going to be doing all of that, filling all of those holes up with that. And while I've got this in my hand, another thing we can do is we can just put another application of this same colour down here. Now I've already put in here a lighter green, which is 102 in the Faber range, which is a light green. It's light yellowy green really, but it acts and works really well with the green. Okay, now that's going to go all the way along there. The only exception to that rule will be here, because here we want a contrast between the building and the shrubbery that's here. So it's like that. And down here we've got the same thing happening. Now what I'll do is now I'll fill up using the mid green. I'll just do this a little bit, and you can see how this is actually going to work out. It's hard to believe that this is all going to end up the same as that, isn't it? But it will. Okay, let me carry on with this then, and come back, and then we'll do part 3 of this particular session. Now, what I'm going to do now is to put the darker green that we used at the start of this into this lighter application, and you can see what we're doing now is just darkening it just a little more, so that we have on this edge, we have the foliage or shrubbery standing away. And we do the same thing here. Again, I shall work my way along here doing this, and go along here. Now this is a little bit more important, because we're going to have, on another demonstration, I'm going to be showing you water. And water has to have a straight line. So we start off like that, and then this can be filtered in. The difficulty you're going to have with this, even though it looks quite easy when I'm doing it, is that you'll run into each other. So what you've got to do is, as you go along, make sure that you're making it dark and light, so you get a contrast, just like that. Now there are other colours I'm going to be using, and we'll be showing you in a minute, but I think you get the idea of how that works, and how this work. How do I get that? I bet you're wondering. Well, I'm going to show you in a minute, because that tree is going to look like that one, and it will match with this. But that's once I get all this in. Then I'll also show you and introduce you to more colours. Now the contrast is great here. Now what I'm going to do is going to add a few more colours, and this is 182, which is an ochre, brown ochre, and we use it a lot in my work, and I like to put it in to trees and bushes, because first of all it would be natural. You would see this as a natural part of the foliage tonal colour, and also it does make a really attractive, as you can see. So, now there's a couple of other things I've used, a couple of other colours I've used here. Just in this corner you'll see another colour, and we're going to use this on, and we're going to use it in other parts of the demonstration picture. And this is another colour that you can, you won't do this too much of this, but I put it in here and I thought that would look rather nice, and as you can see it does. And you can put it in spots. Don't put it, as I said, all over. Just put it in spots, because red in the tree, again, gives this very attractive look. And you see now that has changed the whole picture. I haven't put it too much up the top there, just in here. So anyway, just a little bit more of that. And now that's one addition. Now another one, and this is very dramatic. This is using 181. Ordinarily, it's a very dark colour and very strong colour. But what you can do with this is you can, first of all, and I'll show you this in little sections too. You can go in and just generally darken here and there. Now the action, look at the action that I'm using. It's like I'll call it a little twiddle. And what you don't want to do is that, because it won't work. You've got to keep the pencil on the paper and just go through. Now, I'll do this and then I'm going to come back and then I will show you how I get that. But let's get this first of all in, because it will take a little time. And I'm also going to come down here with this as well. A lot lighter. You don't really want this colour to be too pronounced, because Payne's grey, whilst it's working here, if you put it on too strong, or for instance on those light colours, it's not going to work at all. Right, so let me continue with that. It's almost finished now. You'll notice that this looks slightly different to that. Let me show you what I've done. Now, you don't have to do this. If you haven't got one of these, you can't do it. This is a colour shaper. And what I'm doing is just stabbing at the tree now. And what this does, it pushes the colour into the pastel paper and loses all those little sparkly bits. There we are. Now that's finished. I'd already done all of this. And that looks gorgeous. It doesn't quite look like that yet, does it? So, two more colours to show you. This is 169. And 169 is it was what we use for that roof on, if you've seen that demonstration. And again, it's another colour that adds, like the ochre, just a little bit of extra weight to it. Now, you could have done this. I could have done this before I used the colour shaper, but I find sometimes it's better to do it afterwards because I like this to be fresher. Anyway, that looks pretty good. I'll do all of this later on. Another thing, and this is really the most important part really of this, is 181. Now, I've already used it here to separate some of the colour and put a little bit of tone in. But now I want to add it with a little bit more strength. And what this does, it starts to separate. Now, this is quite hard, I've got to tell you, because it's so easy now to overdo it. But if you do it right, and if you're following me, you could just follow exactly what I'm doing. It gives a separation to the foliage. Another thing you can do here, you can come in and make the line of the tree here not quite so uninteresting, for want of a better word. So, you see what I mean? Have that little bit sticking out. Over here, we can have a little bit more strength. You'll look at that and you think, gosh, it is dark, but because you put all those other colours on, it registers really well. And look at those buildings now standing out. Now, I am going to do those buildings, but they will be on another demonstration, because this is really a demonstration on trees. So, look out for those buildings, as they'll be really worth looking at. There's also be the church, which is another demonstration, and the sky. And we've got more demonstrations to come for the water. And I've got a boat down there. I haven't seen it yet, but there it is. All of that's coming. But all of this over here will be done the same way as I've done that. So there we are. That's a really interesting demonstration. There's only one more thing, if you want to, and you don't have to do this. If you've got the lighter green, you can then twiddle that and make it just a little lighter in places. It just makes everything stand away just that little bit more. If you just do what I'm doing now, little twiddle. You'll see me do this a lot when I'm doing the dems. It's just like finishing touches really to the picture. Don't want it over there. I think this is enough just to make that little area there really special. Well, there you are. I look forward to seeing one of the other dems. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to insert little buildings into your landscape. I'm going to start off by putting a light grey on all the roof areas. And I'll be doing the same with those two. And that's all the grey put in. Now on the main brickwork section of the house, I'm going to use ivory all the way along. Right. Now I'm going to, on this roof, I'm going to make this a red roof. Now I'm using 190 in the Faber range, and the reason I put the grey on first is to subdue this colour. Otherwise it would be too strong, too rich. I don't need to do any more. I think that looks good. And this one too. Now the only difference between this one and these is this has got an area over here which is a little stronger because it's in the shadow. So we just make that just a little richer by a little more pressure. Great. Now these roofs here, I'm going to use the blue. Again, for the same reason I stated that I put the grey underneath the red. By having the grey underneath the blue, once again, it makes it look that little bit richer. Now, I've got a dormer window there. Yeah, I've got one on the other one as well. I decided to put that in because it's nice for you to have just a bit of variation, but I think we'll have to put them in afterwards. It'll be too tricky to go around it. We'll do the same with this one. If you're using my line drawing, you'll find that those dormers are there. So if you want to, you can cut round them. But I'm not going to worry about that. Oh, that looks good. Okay. Now just there, I want a slight difference between this roof and this roof. And the same with this one. So what you do is put a little bit more blue on there with your white pencil, which I'm going to use in the tick. Anyway, we come down there. You can use a light grey for this as well, but I think that looks okay. And you can, what you do is you just leave that little trace of depth. No, you don't have to do that. It's me being fussy. But that looks good. Okay. Now I said that I was going to use the white pencil. Well, I am. What I'm going to do is going to put that dormer in again. A little bit of white there, and a little bit of white there. That. And while we're there, we might as well do it. I'm also going to use, now this is a 181. and very lightly put in the roof and the little window. These are so small you can't get very much detail in, but that looks quite good. And if you're being fussy, just put a little bit more blue on this side, because the shadow would be creating just a little bit more depth on this side of that dormer. There we are. Okay. Now, next, we've got to now do something about the brickwork. So what I'm going to use is a 182. 182 and the ivory go really well together. Now, you notice that I'm not being too fussy about this. The only bit that is necessary is just under the eaves, where you need a bit of shadow like that, and a little bit under there as well. Now, the reason I'm not being fussy, or you might as well do the chimney as well on this particular one, is because you can come back in with the ivory pencil. Now, the ivory pencil is a really good blender. So you can come in with that and you can just smooth it off a little bit. I like the idea of having just a little texture. You could do what I've done. There you go. Lovely. Put a little bit on this side. Maybe a little white would be a good idea here, just to add. And you notice I put a little chimney pot on that, folks. Well, let's put another one over here and show you how I did that. A little bit of white. And a little bit of the red, same red I've used for the roof. There you go, looks good, doesn't it? And here I'm going to use the white pencil for the chimney pot stack, sorry. Like that. In fact, that works so well, I think I'll do it over here as well. Put it on top of the blue, it doesn't matter, you just have a slight variation. I haven't got a chimney pot on that one, have I? I wonder if I can get it in. Let's see what I can do. Yeah. Yep, there she goes. Yeah, that looks great, doesn't it? We're nearly there now. All we've got to do is put the windows in. And what I would use here is the grey pencil. Another one there. And one there. You know what I haven't done here? Actually, I've got the window a little bit too far over there. Let me show you how you can correct that. Put your ivory pencil in there again. You know what I didn't do? I didn't do the ochre in here, did I? So let's do it. I should have done it before I put the windows in, but it doesn't really matter. For something as small as this. And there's a little bit of depth under the eaves. All these small little details make such a difference to a finished picture. There you go. That's great. And then we can use the ivory pencil here to just make that a little bit lighter so it stands away against the area behind it. Right. Let's have another go at those windows now. That's a better positioning anyway. There we go. And a couple more here. Now, you need a little bit of depth on that. And what I would use here is the 181 to just give you a little bit of more detail. Like that. And I'm just wondering about the that area here. What I'm going to do is use the 169. I've got a 169 here, which is a little stronger. It'll give us a little bit more definition there. Great. Let's do that one as well. And then the window, finally the window on this one. Now, I would say that you could leave that because I think that looks pretty good. It fits in nicely with what we have there. But if you really were fussy, I'm just making that just a little stronger there. If you were really fussy and wanted to make a little more of it, you can actually use the 169 and go over the top of that blue. It just makes it a little more interesting. Now you can leave it at that, or if you've got one of these, the colour shaper, you can just put a colour shaper on it and just make it look a little smoother. And there we are, that's it. Now I've got other demonstrations on this picture, including the sky, the church and the trees, and also I'll be putting the boat in, and I'll also put in the water with this forward bank. So there's more demonstrations to come. If you like the picture, you can look at more demonstrations showing how I completed the whole lot. So I look forward to seeing you then. Now in this demonstration I'm going to show you how to produce a really attractive river. There we go, nice and solid, and I'm using the grey here, which is 230 in the Faber range, and you've got plenty of it on there. And you can see that he's already looking pretty good. This is where they would get a little bit tricky, because we've got to go around that boat. Now, what we have to do here is put the pastel nice and strong right up close to the boat. You can't go through it because you'll be crushing the paper. And when we come to put our boat in, which will be another demonstration another day, you won't be able to get the pastel to work very well on it, because it would have been crushed, because this is not just the only colour we're going to put in. But I think you're going to be amazed at how simple this actually is to do. You'd think it would be hard, wouldn't you? And now we'll also have an overflow, an overspill of water coming into here. Now you see plenty of dust. Now leave that there. There's two things you can do with it. Either you can rub it with your finger, which is a good idea because it gets it nice and smooth. But of course you can see we've got a little problem coming up. How do you get around that boat with your finger? Well, you don't. If you have one of these, which is a colour shaper, you can use that. If you haven't got one of these, there is another alternative, and I'll show you that as well. But you can see with this, you see, you can get right up close to the boat. Now, what you can do is you can come in with either the grey again and push it back in and use it almost like a blender this time. It will work okay, but you can't beat the colour shaper. Once you've got that in there and you're happy with it, blow the dust away, and there we have a river. And it looks pretty good, doesn't it? But it's not finished yet, because what we're going to do is put some blue in. Now, this doesn't go all over. What we want to do is to put the blue in, but put it in like that. Not too much. That is fine. And then also I've got a grey. This is 233. So we also use the grey. And I'm not being solid with this because I'm going to rub this in a moment. And that will give us a nice tone. And this time you've got to go through the boat, but again, try not to put the pencil actually on any of the sails or the boat itself. You can't avoid the colour going in once you use a blender. There we are. Lovely. Okay, now I'm going to use a colour shaper here. But, as I say, if you haven't got it, then you can either use a paper blender or you can use your finger if necessary. But what I want to do here is to put in and rub. Now, when you rub that this time, you see, because I haven't put it all over, we've got variations on the theme. You've got a nice stripy look to it. And we're about the halfway stage now with the water. And if you also are using my Ingres paper, then you'll be, and the tooth is running across, as you can see. If you look here, you can see the tooth running across. It does help you because you can use that tooth to your advantage when you're doing something like this. Now, although I'm going over the boat with my colour shaper, I'm not pressing hard, so therefore I'm not crushing it. And what we'll do is we will rub the surface pastel out. That looks really good. I say that's halfway. So how do we go from there? Well, what we do now is put, because this is a flowing river, we want to make it some of the areas just a little stronger. Like that. And back with the blue. And then colour we haven't used yet, which is 181, which is Payne's Grey. Now this is quite strong. However, it makes quite a difference to the picture. Colour shaper again. Once again, blending it in. And you get some fantastic effects, as you can see. Now the other colour we can use is white, and white would give us a little bit of brightness. Now, being a flowing river, you're not going to get reflections, so you can come right up close to the bank. Now the only exception to that would be in here, but I really can't show you that yet because another demonstration I'm going to show you how we produce the riverbank. So if you want to finish this picture off, take a look at that. Now I think that that is really stunning. I hope you like it and you've enjoyed that. As I said, there's more demonstrations. I'm doing the sky, the church, the trees, these little buildings, the river, of course, the bank, and the boat. So it's quite a lot of different dems that I'm using on this picture. So I hope to see you on one of those. I'm going to demonstrate a really attractive sailboat here now for you. Start off by putting some ivory pencil, a good strong application of ivory in the sails. Now the idea of this is to obviously create a really nice base for the subsequent colours we're going to be using. Ivory is a wonderful blender, and therefore, of course, it blends really well into the pastel paper. And so, just to make absolutely sure, what I've done is I'm going to use the colour shaper. Now, if you haven't got one of these, don't worry, because the ivory would be okay anyway. It's just by putting the colour shaper on it, you can just push some of that dust that you can see into the paper. It just adds just a little bit more intensity to it. There we are, that's finished. Now I'm going to also use the ochre. Now this is 182 in the Faber range, and because we've got the ivory underneath, it means that this is going to be weakened to quite a large extent. What's important is we still have a nice contrast between this and the background. There we are, now we can see that. I'm just going to add just a little bit of white pencil as well. This just gives us a little more contrast between the background colour here and the sail. No real need for that, but it just helps and makes it look just that little bit better. So now I'm going to do that one in the same way. I'm just going to turn it round slightly because I know you've got it at a funny angle, but it's better for me because I've got to get this right. Now when you're producing masts of ships or boats, you have to have it straight. You can't have a wonky mast. So that's why I'm being a little careful here. I'm going to make that, in fact I'll do it now, I'm going to make that a white mast. Yeah, you may not see a great deal of difference between it, but once I finish it will show up more. There you go. That's great. And also along the top edge there. If you're wondering how I got that, well, that was tricky. First of all, I had to have a background to make it work. But what I did, I closed in on it so tightly that it just left a whisper. Can you see that? It's very difficult to put it in with a pencil, but anyway, that's how I did that. A little bit more white down there. That's lovely. So let's continue with the sail now. I've got the white, and now I can see the contrast, and you can see it too. And we want to, it's right at the bottom here, we've got another beam that runs across here. And what I'm going to do is put the white on in a minute, in there too, and I'll do it now. Just there. Now that line, the pencil line that I've got there, will stay there because I'm going to make it just a little darker than that in a minute or two. But what I was concerned with is having contrast against it. Now that's worked out really well. And what you want to do here is to make it more sail-like. You don't make it solid, you just, like I'm doing there, leaving it and with a little light colour. And you can emphasise that by, I think we'll probably use the white pencil. Could use ivory on it too, that would work, but the white just gives it just that little bit more light. See how nice that looks? And with the white there, we've got it now. What am I going to put on the bottom of that? Well, we've restricted this particular landscape to just a few colours. So the colour I'm actually going to use is going to be a 181. Now you've got to be very careful with this, just a little bit of light. There you go, just a touch. Now, don't want to put too much strength in because it is quite a strong colour. Okay, now another thing we've got is a line across there. Now I'm going to use the 181, but I'm going to use it very, very lightly. You see that? Now it's a very dark colour going on, but the reason it works quite well there is simply because we've got a lot of colour I've already put in the water, and if you haven't done that, then you're not going to be able to do that. I'm just wondering whether I can just see whether this works. You can just, sometimes you can just emphasise, yes it does, a little bit extra strength there, and then follow that with, this was with the 181 and now with the ochre. Yeah, that works. Just gives a little bit of shadow, which I think works really well on that. No, I don't think there's any need to do it up here, simply because we've got a nice contrast between the background. But one area here needs just a little bit of attention. There we are. Now I'm really happy with that. That looks great to me. So let's concentrate on the boat. Now on the boat, I don't normally put a colour directly on to or certainly like red, very dark colour, directly onto pastel paper. But red doesn't like having colours underneath it very much. So what I'm doing here is putting it directly on. I'm using 191 in the Faber range, which means it's a really nice soft colour. Now, the reason I'm not doing it straight there is because I'm going to put a little bit of a wave in where the boat is coming through the water. Now, just at the back here, we've got a little chappie. Well, it could be a little lady as well, I'm not sure. But anyway, we won't be able to discern that, but we need somebody in it steering the boat. Now, see how nice that's gone in. If for any reason it didn't, you can use a colour shaper just to put, or a paper blender, or a blender of some kind, just to push that colour in. Now that's gone on really well. But we're not going to leave it at that. What I'm going to do is bring back my 181, and I'm just going to put just a little bit strength in it, particularly at the bottom where it meets, because we're going to put some white in, and that's it. Let's make that just a little stronger. And the sail touching that, that's lovely. And a little bit of 181 behind. There we are. Now if I can get it in, I'm also going to put a little bit of white just on here. You need a sharp pencil to do this. And also some white here, suggesting a little bit of splash from the boat. Now I am doing some more stems on this particular landscape, so watch out for them. There'll be the sky, the church, trees, the buildings, and when I finish this I shall also be doing the bank here, so that's something to watch out for. Now what colour shall I do our little friend? Well, I think we'll start with blue. We haven't used blue, so I put a little bit of blue, and like that. You can't put any more detail than that. And then use the 181 to put a little bit of. Now you can make your own mind up as to what he's doing. Maybe just a little spot of light there as well. There we are. You can't do any more than that. Well, there's a lovely little boat. Let me just show you in perspective to the rest of it. Looking good, isn't it? So as I said, we're going to be doing more stems if you haven't already seen them. And the next one I shall be doing will be the bank. And that really does put the finishing touches to it, as you can see. So I look forward to seeing you then. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how we can produce a really attractive riverbank on this side of the water. I'm starting with the sort of mid-green, and it's just, I've already drawn it out very roughly, but I usually change my mind as I go along. I want to make sure that the bank goes underneath the water that I've got there. Now this mid-green is 170 in the Faber range, and we've got to make it look as though it's coming in somewhere, so let's just make put a little bit of white there, and I can, there's an inlet, it's the same here, we've got an inlet again. And now I'm adding the darker green, and I don't want to take all of the light green away, so I'm just picking my spots. Now, I'll just concentrate on this area here, because it's going to be a fairly long job. And the other colour I'm going to use is this one, which is a light greeny yellow. And we can put this in, again, in spots, like that. Now, it looks a little bit haphazard at the moment, but it won't do when I finish with it. I'm now going to add the ochre. This is brown ochre. And again, you can see that we're developing an interesting combination of tones. Like that. Now, this would also serve to give us a little bit of earth colour, as you can see. Now, what I'll do is I'll concentrate on this one, and then I'll do the other side in my usual sort of stop-start fashion, so you see it all. Now, that looks good, but what I want to do now, if you've got one of these colour shapers, you can now just use it to push the colour into the paper. If you've done another of my demonstrations on the trees here, this is how I did that. All we're doing is pushing the colour into the paper so that we can then add some stronger tones. I brought you closer for this next section because what we're going to do now is we're going to put some reeds in. And you can see why I had to do, or put all this in first, because once you've done this, you can't really go in between. But you can see, if you look in between, you can see the colours that I put on. Now, I'm holding the pencil a certain way here to give me an uneven reed-like action. There we are now, just here we just, there we are. We can have some poking through the water as well, like that. And I want quite a lot here, and I want to leave some of the light as well. Should put a little bit more in, and we're going to go back in a minute with a darker colour. Now, what you see is what you get. You see, that looks rather attractive, doesn't it? So let's do some over here now, and again, let's put some here that are coming in the water as well. You can now imagine that water floating through the reeds. And that looks really attractive, isn't it? Okay, so far so good. Looking great. Look at it compared with the other side of it, don't you? And I'm going to do this all again in a minute on the other side to show you. So let's now move into another area. This is the dark 181 that I'm going to use now. Now 181 really is a nice strong colour, and sometimes I'm going on top of the green, sometimes on its own. When you get in the foreground, you can make it just a little bit more and a bit stronger, like that. Don't think it needs any more. I think that's fine. Over here, again, a few suggestions in the reeds, and also come back the other way with the 181 just to give the little bit more weight to the water that's coming through. See how nice that looks. Now that's nearly there. What I'm also going to do here is I'm just going to put a bit of light. This is the light colour that I was using earlier, and a little bit of that in as well. Just makes it look a little bit more attractive, like that. All right. Other colours you could use if you want. I've got a little bit of red here, and if you saw me do the trees, you see I used quite a lot of red in. You put a little bit of that in. You can also put just a little spot or two of white. But I wouldn't use too much. I think that's probably absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull back, and then I'm going to do the rest of this in the stop-start fashion. So you'll be seeing me doing all that again, but little bits and pieces as we go through to actually finish the picture off. Well, there we are. That's pretty good. I'm very happy with that. A variation of colour. Don't want to overdo anything. A little bit of white gives a bit of sparkle. The only thing I haven't done here, didn't put any of the red in, which I think is always nice. Just a bit of tone. There you go. Very pleased with that. Really attractive. That's the finished picture. And as I say, I've done other demonstrations. I've demonstrated the sky, the church, the trees, the buildings, and the water, of course, and the boat. And now we've finished off with that. I hope you look at the other demonstrations and you've enjoyed this series. So I look forward to seeing you soon. I'm going to demonstrate how to produce this lovely face using pastel pencils. And I start off by using the white. Now, we want a fairly substantial coating of white over the whole face. I'll just do the top to start with to show you how we apply it. Use the round circular action. You'll see that there's a tooth in this paper. Well, that will gradually disappear as we bring the colour in and we blend it into the paper. But you need to make sure that you get a nice coverage. Now that's just about right. You can just see the pastel. And what I'm going to do here is to use the colour shaper very lightly. You could also use your finger. If you haven't got one of these, just use your finger. Same thing. But the colour shaper is just a little bit more direct, and you can position it. Now, I don't want it any more than that. You can just see an influence of the same coloured paper through. Now, I'm going to go over the whole of the area, except I won't be doing the eyes and I won't be doing the lips, but everywhere else will have that coating. Now, the important thing here, let me just do just this other little section here, is that we don't lose the image underneath. And let's go around that eye. You'll see what I mean then. And this is why I say, if you've got a colour shaper, or a paper blender, or any blender, you've got a little bit more control over it. You see? Now I can just go around that eye and just leave the eye itself. It's alone for the time being. But as I said, it's important that you can see the reference area underneath it. That'll be made a bit more obvious as we go on. So I'm going to do all of that with the white pencil. And once I've done, then we'll be putting our second colour on. Time to apply the next colour. Now this is a very fierce colour, so you don't want too much on. But what I want to do here is to try to apply a light coat over the whole of the face. Just as I did with the white. Now I'm being very careful with this, as you can see. I'll just do the top half of the face and you get an idea of how that's going to work. And what we'll do then is, once again, we use the colour shaper or your paper blender and we rub that into it as well. And that's the effect we get. Got it? Now I would do this in two halves, as I'm showing you now, because there's something else I want to do before we move on from there. What I'm going to do is going to bring the white back. Now you will have the reference picture you'll be looking at anyway if you're following me, but what we want to do is to bring back some of the light colour using the white, because we can start, even at this early stage, creating the features. And here, put a little bit of white there. I just go around the eye here, just a little bit there, and on the top of the eye, like that. Now, what's the idea of that, Cole? Well, you can see that what we're doing is almost sculpturing the face. Now, I'm going to carry on doing that all the way through, and I'll show you all of it, but it'll be in little bits and pieces, but you can already begin to see how, by using the white the way I am, we're pinpointing the highlights of the face. So let me carry on and I'll show you. Let me just, before I move on without narration, I'll just show you the nose, because this is quite interesting. Once again, we can put the nose in using the colour, come round to the chin, like that. Use the colour shaper. The portrait work is really hard, but if you do it the way I'm showing you, it's a lot easier. Now there's the nose, and now we want to make sure the nose comes forward. So what we do down the edge, this is why it's important to have the reference lines showing. Come down with the nose and right on the tip of the nose, a little bit more white there, and just there too. Run underneath the eye, and then what you're doing is leaving a trace of pink here and here. Now over here, what we do is we, again, under the eye, and on that cheek. Again, leaving a bit of strength there. Now you can begin to see the face emerge. Now as I bring more colours into play, we'll be doing exactly the same thing as I've just done there every time, so that we keep in touch with the picture and we start creating a three-dimensional face. Anyway, let me finish this off. Well, I'm just going over with the pink now, just putting back just a little bit of extra strength, because the next colour I'm going to be using will be an ochre, a reddish ochre. You see the difference that's made? Let's just put a little bit on the eyebrow and just a little spot more there, and under the chin, which makes the chin stand away. Lovely. That's all I think we need to do now. Next colour I'm going to be using is this one. Now this one is 187 in the Faber range, and it's a reddish ochre, and this really will change the colour. So what we do now, we've already got a really good idea of where the shading is needed. So with this one, we leave the white areas alone, and we go over using this 187 to create some shading. Again, a very, very light touch. Keep everything you do light, because you can always go over it again. Now this is where you can also pick up a little bit of detail, like that. Just go around the eyebrows, and on top of that pink on the end of the nose. It won't be a line in the end. You'll see as I progress through this demonstration, you'll see it changing, because we'll be blending it as we go. I want to come down to the nose, like that. Okay, now I will show you just a little more, then I'll move off and do the rest of it. But you'll see the effect now. One other area which is rather important is this area here, which is right on the edge of the nose. And this is what gives the nose the dimension. So I'll just do this area. And again, you can use your colour shaper and blend that. Now you see it's beginning to change colour now. In fact, you'll have a halfway point now. You'll be able to look at the area below and see how this is shaping up, literally. Now, I did say that once you do that, you can also bring back the white again, which is what we do. So we bring back the white again here and re-establish those light areas. If you don't do this, you might find that you'll have too much strength on the other tones, and you won't be able to achieve this effect. Down the edge of this, a little white on the tip of the nose is always a nice idea, and then around here into there, and also putting a little bit in there, cuts round that area. You see how that's beginning to work now, and we've still got some more colours to go in. Yeah, and of course we've got the features such as the eye. Using the side of the point of the pencil is a good idea. You'll see how the tooth of the paper is disappearing as I do this. Another area there, you can use the point of the pencil just to dig in a little more with the white, so you create that. And this is great fun. I'm sure you're going to enjoy this if you have a go at it. But you see the features already appearing. Anyway, I'm going to continue with that, finish that off, and then what we'll do then is bring another colour in, which will be this one, which is an ochre, and this will add a little bit of yellow to the face. Okay, and it'll take some of the salmon effect away. Now, the other colour, as I mentioned, which is yellow ochre. And again, now we've already got the face worked out. We know where the highlights are. So we can now, again, carefully place this colour on top of the pinks and the reddy ochre. We've got 187. I'll do half of this so you can see the difference between one and the other. We're going in with some quite strong colours here later on, but you don't want to come in too fast, because otherwise you'll lose the general idea. Now you see how that is changing. Once again, colour shaper. And now we've got a really attractive tone. And before we leave it, jolly old white again. And you can use the white pencil now. This is almost the end of the skin sequence. So I can't do that. I haven't finished that bit yet. Just here, and in a moment or two, you're going to be astounded at when I bring in the strong colours in a minute, and we finish the eyes off. The difference is amazing. A little bit of white there. It doesn't quite meet up with that, but you make sure it's nice and light through there. Through here, again it's light. Side of the point of the pencil, remember. Otherwise it becomes too strong. And then back in here, this is another area where we have to make sure it's quite light, so we emphasise the depth there. Now I can't come any further down because I haven't completed it, but I can do the nose again. Once again, the white all the way up that side of the nose, and then back here. Like that. So let me finish this off, and then we're going to put the eyes in, the lips in, and more detail. The only thing I haven't done is down here. Let me just do this bit, because what you can do there is you can use the white pencil now instead of the colour shaper. See, what's important is we get that chin standing away against the neck. We'll be doing the arms and the hair and the dress. That won't be this time. This demonstration is purely and simply to show you how to produce facial features. And I think I'm probably done there now. Okay, I'll just do just a little bit more, and then we'll come in with some depth on the lips, eyes, mouth. Now for the eyes. White in the lightest section of the eye. Just a trace of light just there too. Just a pinpoint. So to do both eyes together. And then in the pupil, want a little bit of white there. Again, you need sharp pencils for this. And then I'm going to use the 187 just to put a little bit of colour in them. Now we're restricted in colours here, so we can't put too many strong colours in. But I'm going to put one colour now, which I haven't used yet. This is the dark brown. Now here we've got to be very, very careful because it's a very dark colour, so we just very, very lightly touch the pupil in, touch the edge, and then just put just a little bit of strength there, like that. Do the other side, little pupil. You don't have to be, and the other thing you can do is just put a little spot of this to strengthen the eye a little more. Now, just a little spot. Now, your picture that you've got, your line drawing will be bigger than this, so you'll have a little bit more chance. But that looks really good. So instead of drawing it, see, you're just really just touching it. That looks really nice. Now, having done that, you can now bring back just a little bit of colour to enhance the eye. And this is with the 187. Just a little bit more depth there. And the other thing we're going to do is the eyebrow. Now I've already put the eyebrow in using the pink and the 187, but this is a 187. And then the dark brown very lightly. Again, don't draw it in, just spot it in. It looks absolutely stunning. And that is all you need to do. The other side. There you go. Done. I'm just going to draw in just the top of the eye. Let's give it just a little bit more. There we are. Now that's really pretty, isn't it? Let's move down a little now, into the nose. Exactly the same idea. Just put spot there and now. Now this is the bit that's going to be tricky. We'll put a little bit of nostril in. Now the reason that works so well is because we put the other colour underneath it. Okay? And we can always just pick back just a little bit of white there. If you need to. That's fine. Now isn't that pretty? It may even pay us just a little spot of this colour. You've got to be careful with it because it is a hard, strong colour, but a little bit of colour there. Just put a little bit of weight under the eye, under the nose. And another area we could put just a little spot of dark is there. Don't think we need it here, do we? I'm tempted, but I've got to be careful because if you put too much strength in, but that does enhance the face. That looks great, doesn't it? Now, what about the lips? So let's get the lips done. White pencil, first of all, and that puts the light in. There's a little bit on the top, but not much. More on the bottom than on the top. Then with the pink. Now this is a forerunner of the very dark colour we haven't used yet, but we're going to use it a lot in other sections of this picture. And that is this one. And this is a 194 in the Faber range. And this is really strong, but it looks fantastic. And then, using the white pencil, you could use this really almost like a blender, just to put a little bit of colour, a little bit of tone in. See, the blender I was showing you would have been too wide. Look, see what I mean? You can't use it for that. So, the next best thing is the white pencil, which works really well. Just a little spot. What I'll do is I'll use that brown. It's a little spot of depth there, which is really nice. In fact, you could put a bit there as well. Now, isn't that pretty? I hope you've enjoyed it. The great thing about this is, with the restricted pencil range, it's not hard because you've got a limited amount of pencils to use. But as you can see, that really does not look good. And then you can come back, once you've done all that, you can come back in and titivate, make it little. But I certainly don't want to spoil it now. So I'm going to call that day. So, as I said, there's going to be more demonstrations, and the next demonstration in sequence will be the hair. And we'll be doing the arms and the dress. So look out for more demos to come. I'll see you soon. Now in this demonstration I'm going to show you how to put hair on this rather lovely young lady. We're going to start with the white. Now this is highlights we're doing now. So all the highlighted area. And they go in very strong. These will be seen right at the end. Now the hair on either side of that, we still use the white, but it grades off, and it grades off both sides, like that. Now as long as you get this right, everything else will fall into place. Alright, now let's just move on to this area. Now just there, I'm going to make that really strong, because that's another highlight. And that comes right down to there. And again, very strong there. And then it fades away. Now you'll be amazed that the paper itself helps here, because we have a coloured paper. You're going to be able to see this perhaps a little better than if it was a white paper. And it comes down there. Right now, that's what happens over here. Well, there's another highlight there, just in here. So once again, nice strong white. You work in the direction that we see the hair lying in. This has to be strictly opaque, because if you go willy-nilly everywhere, it's not going to work at all. So bear that in mind. It's the same applies to all animals too. If you have fur or hair, you work in the direction, and the pencils really respond well. Now look already, you can see what's happening. If we were to fade this like that, and we've already faded that like that, you see, using the colour of the paper, you can see where the highlights are going to appear. Now down here we've got a few more. But mostly now we're going to be looking at the stronger tones. And there's a few down here as well. I'm going to complete the whole of this hair. This is one of the reasons why I filled in the arms, because I can show you how we can develop the hair. Now, you notice I'm not putting anything in here. Now, this is reason for that is because it's very dark. That's the first application. The second application is with a stronger colour. This is 187. We're only using 6 pencils in this whole project. Now, once again, watch how quickly the hair starts to develop. Again, working in the direction. Now this bit is not too difficult. It's when we get over here that it gets trickier. Now I did say that we bring the white, graduate the white. Well, you do the same thing with the stronger colour. You graduate that too, and that can go all the way over. Now watch this. Along here, this is going to be a dark, so let's just put a line in. I wouldn't normally do this, but it's easier for me to show you what I'm getting at if I do that. Now that, and then at the back. Now at the back, we want that to be quite strong. We're going to put some very strong colours on here in a minute too. Now, there you go. Now just here, remember, this is where I had a lighter application of white. Come from there and swing across. Now this is where we have the hair meeting the top of the head. And you can see how well that responds. You've got to have a pretty sharp pencil to do this. You can't, it won't work if you don't have it sharp enough, but that already looks good. Now what about over here? Well, once again, a little bit of extra weight there. And bring it back in. Now this is, we want that to remain really strong highlight. So bring it back, but even though I'm doing this, we're still working in the hair direction. And in here, and down, right against this edge. We want it to be quite dark. Although portrait work is very hard, I mean, this is quite easy-ish, because I've restricted the pencils and I've made this subject easier. The rewards you get from portrait work is enormous. And I always ask, even when I have my students in my classes, I used to say, you really must try a portrait, even though you feel that it's beyond your capability. You'll find that if you can pull it off, man, it's so rewarding. Now I've got to bring that down there. Now I'm chatting away, but really all the time I'm hoping that you're seeing how this is working out. Look at the profile we have there. Isn't that lovely? Now I won't bore you anymore, because I'm going to carry on here and make this a little stronger. And as I come down here, I'll just show you this side. As it meets, that highlight there stays there, and you work into that highlight like that. We can put the white back too at the end, but really it's best to try to retain as much of the light as you can. Anyway, let me continue with that all the way through here, and then I'll come back and we'll bring the next colour in. Now I've almost finished the 187, and this comes right down to meet the arm. Like that. The next colour we can use is 183. Now this is the ochre, yellow ochre, and this follows the same path, but it's probably a bit easier because you've already seen and designed the hair. So once this goes in, it's going to look really lovely. And then we use dark colours at the end. Now we can use the ochre over the top of the white here, because we can put the white back, but that makes the hair look more realistic. Now, let's just come back into here. And from here, I think you can see why I put the white on first now, how important that was. Anyway, let me continue with that. And then we'll bring the final colour in, which is a very dark colour. But just before that, before I do that, we're going to have to blend it. And I'll be using a colour shaper for that. Now the colour shaper. Now be really careful with this. If you haven't got one of these, don't do it at all. Because I think anything stronger, like a paper blender, would be too much. So you can just put the next colour on top of this. But you see how smooth it is. What we're doing really is just lightly dusting over the surface, pushing the colour into the paper. And I'll stop when I get to the end of this sequence, and you can look at the difference it's made between there and there. And we've still got the dark colour to come. Now just there, you've got to not easy. There are other colour shapers. There's a pointed one which would work very well too on a situation like that, but I don't want to confuse it too much. If you only had one, this probably would be the one I would suggest you ever buy. Now, I'm going to finish this off now. I'm going to speed it up now you've seen me do it, because it's you understand the principle of this. Now, it's a little orangey, which it obviously, because of the colours we used are like that. But what we're going to do now is put the dark brown on, and that will really change it. But once again, you've got to be a bit careful with that, because if you go too mad with that, that can be too rich. This is the dark brown. Let's start off up here, and I'll just do a little bit, and then I'll show you how we can temper it. Now this can go in over the top of the head. Again, following the same idea. Let's come down here. Now, I would do this a little bit at a time. What I would do with that now is I'd come back with the 187 and use that really almost like a blender. And what you're doing now is just making it look a little bit more tonally correct, because that brown can be a bit fierce. You can even put back in a little bit of the ochre. Now that looks good. Now let's come down this area. I'm going to just turn this round, folks, because I need to get to this bit. Now, make sure you can see it. That would be fatal. Again, same idea. Now be quite light with that, and then come back in with that. And we can do exactly the same, because we don't really want this to go on the light area. So come down with that. And then follow it with the 187. And the yellow ochre. Right, while you're there, that's down here. This is again an area which could be quite dark, but it'd be an idea probably to put just a little bit more 187 on ahead of putting the dark brown on. There, I've already done it in here because I'm going to make that darker in there too in a minute. So let's just put the brown right on the edge and pull it in. Like that. Use a little bit of yellow ochre. Now you can see it's a long job, so what I'll do in a moment is break off and do the rest of it. And what I'll do is I'll do stop-start, so you see it all, but you see it in little bits. Now the bit I was concerned with, and while I've got it this way up, I'm going to show you. Just there, I'm going to put the dark brown in, just there, and pull it out like that. Now, what do you do that for, Cole? Well, look, if I turn it round, you'll see now why. You see, we've got the hair coming from there, and that's just the top of the head, you can see. Make it a little bit more obvious by putting that in there. And then, if you were to put a little bit of white in there too, come down there with it. And then, as I say, we're going to put white back in where we are. This allows us to put a little bit of highlight in the hair, like that. And it will, same thing over here, a little bit of light There you go. Now, as I said, I'm going to break off, and I'm going to do little sections of the hair all the way through, so you'll see it, but you'll see it in little bits and pieces, as opposed to all of it. That's it. It really is a long job, and you've got to take your time. So I'm going to start with here. So I won't be narrating this. This will just be. I'll just do this little bit here, and then we meet in the middle. Yes, I won't be narrating it. Just me and my pencils, and just there might be an idea just to put a little bit of emphasis on the edge, like that. I'll also, doing this, I will also bring the white in as well. So it will really be the finishing touches as well. I've almost finished now. There's a couple of little things you can do. You can just put just a little bit more highlight on the very lightest part of the hair. There we are. Just, and maybe don't overdo this, so just a few little sparkly bits. There we are. Really nice. Well, I hope you've enjoyed that. It's the toughest of all of the features that we've got on this particular picture, but I'm going to do more. We're going to do the arms and the legs and the dress, and also I'm going to put a background on, so watch out for those as they come up. I look forward to seeing you soon. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to do the arms and the leg. And I think you'll find this really interesting, particularly when we get down to a hand and the fingers. And all portrait work is a challenge, but this is an easier demonstration to understand because, first of all, we're not using so many pencils, and secondly, it's quite simple lines. I haven't made it too complicated. Now, what I'm doing now is putting white. Now, the white has to go all over here, so I'll just do a little bit more of the arm. Now, we don't need it to be solid white, but we need quite a good covering. So I'm just filling in. The tooth of the paper will disappear as we go on. As you can see, if you look at the face there, you can't see the tooth, and that's because we're using a base colours and blending them in. So now that's what I'm going to be doing to the leg, which is here, and the hand and the fingers and the arm. Now, what I'll do is I'll work through and show you all of it, but in little stages, and I won't be narrating it because it's self-explanatory. So let me get on with that. I'm just putting the white on. I won't be putting any more colours on. That's nearly all the white put in. I just come in at this last minute to show you how we finish this. Down here, this is going to melt into the background. It's going to be a really attractive background on this, but the subject is going to melt in to it. You see, I've already done the arm, and now it will be the leg. And you'll be amazed at how that actually works once we put the background on. I'm doing more demonstrations on this. I'm doing the face, the hair, and the dress, and then I will also be showing how to do a background, so watch out for those. But at the moment, we're concentrating on the arms and legs. And the next colour I'm going to use will be the pink. Now, with the pink, I don't want to make this too strong. So we put a little bit of pink in just to put a colouring in, and you'll see I'll just do this arm and you'll get the idea of it. The idea is that it will mix with the other colours, the ochre and the reddy ochre that we're going to use, and will give a really nice tone. At the moment it looks too salmony, doesn't it? But you can see from the face and the other areas of skin I've done that it will turn into a really attractive skin tone. Anyway, let me get on with that. I'm going to do all this. I won't show you this in parts. I'll just finish it off. But you can see how it's working there. And then when I come back, we'll be putting the other colours on, the ochres on. That's all the pink in. And now what I'm going to do now is to blend it. If you've got a coloured shaper, like I'm using, or a paper blender, or any kind of blending tool, it's a good idea just to blend this in. the reason I'm saying that is because you can just see traces of the pastel paper showing through here. And what I want to do is to use this colour as a base. And by blending it like this, you tend to get a really attractive base tone. And then we can put the other colours in. The reason I say that is the other colours are stronger. And if they touch the raw paper, it could result in it being too harsh. Anyway, now I've done one and I'll do the others. If you haven't got a blender of any kind, what you could do is just go back over with white pencil very lightly and mix the two together. It doesn't produce quite the same result, but it will work. And just to show you that, the difference between the two. So it really worth blending if you can. Anyway, let me do that, and then we'll come back and we'll put the ochre. The next colour we'll be using will be that one, which is 187 in the Faber-Castell range. I'm now using that ochre that I showed you, and what's going to be interesting in this little section is how I get to that. You see the difference between this and this? Well, watch this. Very light. You don't need to put pressure on here at all. Just very light. And because I want a contrast between here and here, this is very light touch. And we'll be putting some white back on in a little while. But it needs to go all over very lightly. Like that. Now you hardly see anything on there. But surprising enough, it's quite a strong tone when we blend it. A little stronger on the elbow here, because I want it to look round. And by graduating, like I'm doing, it will work that way. There we are. Now that's first colour. The second, I'm going to break off here just to show you the second colour, which we've used in here, which is the yellow ochre. Now all of these colours work together to produce that tone, which is really attractive. So once again, I do exactly the same thing, just very, very light touch. Lighter when we get to the top. Like that. Okay. Now, the magic. If you blend it with your blender, like that. If you haven't got the blender, as I said, you could use a white, or you could use your finger. But obviously, if you use your finger, you haven't got the control. But look at that. How that now has turned into that colour. And what a difference between this and that. Now that's not the end of it though, folks. What we then do is use the white pencil back again, and like I said, I want that to be a little lighter there, so we have a contrast between the upper arm and the forearm. Now, what I would do here is you can bring the white down, but leave the edge if you can. It doesn't really matter because we're going to be going over the edges anyway. Once we do the background, we'll have to reapply and cut into the edges, so it's not critical. Now you see, I'm taking my time because it's first of all, it's really interesting to do it anyway. It's a fascinating portrait work, as I've said before. But now you can see this graduation. Now we want to retain that if we can. So I'm coming in with the white, creeping up on this area, and adding just a little more white there. But I would retain the depth here. We can always go back in afterwards. And a little bit more white there. And there we are. And then if you use your colour shaper again, it's the wrong one, here's the one. I'm going to just take some of that off, because what I want to do here is to smooth it. And I didn't want to colour. There we are. Now look how lovely that is. And that's going to go everywhere. So what I'll do now is I won't use two pencils, I'll just use the one, and I'll go round and we will develop this as we go along. In fact, I will use the two pencils, because then I can show you how we can gradually, magically make that arm appear, particularly when we get down to the fingers. When we get to the fingers, I'll break off and come back with narration, because I need to explain to you how I'm proceeding with that. Now I've brought you nice and close now so that you can see how I produce the hand. First of all, go round the outside edges of the fingers with the ready ochre, which is 187, like that. There's two. I'll show you all of this because it is really tricky, and really interesting to watch as well as to do. Now you've got the joints of the finger. I'm not making too much of them, but you can see how we have, I'm doing them in kind of 3, 1, 2, 3. It's strangely enough, your intention often brings this off. Here we are, and about one more. 1, 2, 3. Now, what we have to do now is extend these. Now, we can't extend the fingers, but we can extend the colour. You see what I mean? And if that's off-putting, what I would do is just use the yellow ochre as well, and then blend it. So it stops you getting confused, but you can see why we do that. And that can be blended in. Now, it doesn't look like an extension of the fingers, does it? We've also got to put in just a little more of this, but I want it to be, we don't want to put too much colour here. So we just tickle it, would probably be the word I would use. That's not quite right, that one. Got a bit of a dip in it. We can make adjustments anyway afterwards, but I thought I'd put it right to start with. There we are. And they're looking really good. And now the yellow ochre. I'll speed this up now because you now get the idea of it. I bet you were thinking, how is he going to get that colour shaper in there? That flat colour shaper. Well, there are, in fact, several different kinds of colour shapers which I have, but I'm not going to confuse you by showing them to you. But I have a pointed one which would have done the job, but so will this one. But you can see the problem. But what you do, if you turn it on its side like that, you can actually get in there surprisingly easily. Before I had the pointed ones, this is what I used to do. You see? So what happens if you go over the top of this? Not too serious, you can erase it with a normal pencil rubber. Now this is putting the colour in. You've already seen how I bring that back with the white pencil, so you should have confidence to know that that's going to happen. There you go. Now they look as though she's been smoking, doesn't it? Nicotine all over them. But that's all going to change with our white. The white is critical because that is the one that gives us, first of all, the slightly lighter tone which we certainly need for this, but also we can use it to create this kind of effect. You don't go overboard with this, otherwise they look like sausages. But what we need to do is here, we need to emphasize the white. Leave the white on the nail. I think that looks quite attractive. Now that looks good, doesn't it? So let's go in with the second finger. Hands are notoriously difficult to do anyway, folks, so don't put your expectations too high. But I've made this as easy as I can. You should be able to understand it. Once again, you see, what I'm doing is I'm treating each digit and section of it independently. The first one, second one, and then the tip. And finally, the last little finger. Now you see why I was doing that earlier on, I was bringing that back. So let's extend the white as well. And to about there. I don't think we need to go any further. Just on the there, you've got the palm of the hand beginning, so it's a nice idea, just indicate that. Another thing that I've done is, you saw me, little crease there, which I think is quite endearing. You can emphasise that by just putting a little bit of the 187 in there. There you go. Okay, now we're nearly there now. I think that looks pretty good, but it's not finished, folks, because what I'm going to attempt to do now is something that is not very easy, but I think it's going to work. This is the very dark brown. Now you've got to be careful with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do very, very light touch with it. And just put just a spot of dark around it, especially around the nail, like that. Now don't worry that looks a little heavy. Don't come too far up here, otherwise it'll look silly. Very, very light. It's almost not touching the paper. It's just very fine. If you didn't want to do this, don't do it, because it still looks okay. But I just think it's just quite nice just to have a little bit more definition. And it is, after all, a drawing, not a real, meant to be too realistic. I think it looks quite nice. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just gently go up here as well. In fact, all the way around, I think. Now, I won't bore you by going all the way around, but what we can do then is, right on the very edge of that, you can bring back the 187 and fluff right up to the edge. Now, I'm not going over that line, I'm going up to it. Are you with me? But like I said, if you feel uneasy about that, don't do it. But I personally think it looks good, and it does make the fingers look more rounded. And here is where you'll see the difference. There we are. And if you really wanted to be fussy, you can then just touch it with the colour shaper. It's not really necessary to do this, because we're going to be putting the dress on in a little while. Well, not in this demonstration, but in the next demonstration, and that will actually make that look just that little bit better. But as you can see, it looks great like that. Now I'm going to do that all the way around, but I think that looks quite stunning. Just a couple of small things though. We've got knuckles. I'm just going to put just an indication of knuckles there. You don't draw them too strong, just a little smidging touch, and this is 187 I'm using. Like that. And then with your white, just a little bit of emphasis where the knuckles are. There you go. Now, I don't know what you think about the nails. what I'll do is, I think I'm going to use this colour, which is, and shall I use the pink? Maybe I'll use the pink. Just a little bit of spot of tone on the nails. Leave them primarily white, but just put just a little bit of colour in them. I think they look quite nice. And you might ask me, where's the thumb? Thumb's on the other side, you can't see that. And then use your colour shaper just to blend them. I think probably look better than just having white on them. There you go. Lovely. Well, there we are. There's the demonstration. Let me give you a full view of what we've done. Well, there's the arms, the leg and the hand finished. And the next demonstration I'll be doing on this will be on the dress. So look out for that. I look forward to seeing you soon. Now I'm going to demonstrate this gorgeous dress on a very pretty young lady. Start the ball rolling with the white pencil, and that is going to go everywhere. There are certain areas of the dress which are slightly darker than others, and I'm just going to show you, first of all, we've got to make it an even white all over to start with, and then we redo the white a little stronger, and then add another colour to give a contrast. Now I'll just do this little area here to show you what I mean. It's quite a long job, so if I just do this area, you'll get the idea of how this is all going to work out, and then I'll take you through stage by stage and complete the dress with the two colours I'm going to use. And then we can bring more colours into play. Now that's a pretty even tone, not too strong at the moment. But what we want to do now is suggest slightly stronger pleats and folds in the dress. Now you can reapply the white at any time. Now just in here, this is going to be very slightly darker than this area. So we make a slight difference there. And here, again, we want it to be just a little stronger, a little bit more prominent, like that. Okay, now, the other colour we're going to use is 131, or the pink. And that can go in everywhere that I haven't put the strong white. And just might be an idea to start off with, just put a little bit of extra weight on the edges just to show the and contain the dress. Now just here there's another area, let me just show you that. Now this is another area that's going to be pretty dark. So why do I put the white on? Well, the reason we do that is we want to create a base colour. If the pink on its own would work, but it would be too strong. So let me just put that in there, and you'll get the feel of this as I progress. Now we'll also be putting some darker colours on here as well. So just come down here with the pink like that. So now we have a contrast, and just here we also, I'm going to be showing you how you can make this a sheer dress. In other words, have the skin colour showing through. You'd think that was impossible, wouldn't you? But it isn't. Now that's that is all I want to do at the moment there. So let's continue with this. It's got some ties which I'm going to deal with separately. Now, it doesn't really matter if you go over them, but I'm going to try not to for the moment, because I will just concentrate on the folds. Now, down here we want this to be a little lighter, so we don't put quite so much pink in. Quite complicated, but as long as you approach it in the way I'm doing it now, this is going to be a little darker in here, you'll find it'll work out. Once again, good idea to create the shape. Now you can see what I mean by being a long job, so I'm going to break off in a minute or two once I've done this and take you through the rest of the dress. Now, this is where I had the stronger tone of white. And still put the pink on, but because the colour was the white underneath was stronger, it weakens the colour going on top. Got the idea? Now you can see immediately it's starting to give us a different shade. Right, now nearly there. Just in here I want that to be a little darker. I'm going to blend this in a minute, and that will give us a better blend of tone and colour. Right, with the colour shaper, clean it off. There we got a nice clean blender, and then blend it in. Now this is going to be added, quite a lot more colour will be added to this, but you can see just from that the idea. Okay, now let's carry on. Use the corner of the colour shaper if you've got one of these. If you're using a paper blender, you may have to think differently, but with one of these, now look, you see what I mean? How that now looks really nice, and it's coming along. I've left this deliberately for the moment so that you can see how much difference the pink makes. Now I'm going to do all of the dress in the same way. And when you get down to here, I'm fading it off, just as I did just over here, because what we're going to do is bring this into the background. But look how nice that is. Okay, now let me do this one, and then I can show you now the difference in tone. Here, we want to make this quite a lot darker, because it's basically in the shadow. Working in the direction, working in one direction is a good idea, rather than trying to change direction. And now I'm just going to add a little more of the white just at the bottom, and of course this will also act as a blender. So now let me just darken that with the colour shaper. You see how it's an appreciable difference in tone until it gets to there where I had the white. Right. Yeah, I think you've got an idea from that. Now, I'm just going to go through the whole lot. We've got other colours to put in here, but that is how I want it to be for the moment. So I'm going to do all of this. You'll notice that there's some hair here. We can't do that until the dress is in. So once I've done that, I'll complete the hair. But let me go through now, section by section by section, and show you how it works. If you're thinking about how do I get in there, well, I will just show you that because it is tricky. I'll just do one little area here, and it'll be obvious to you. In the white. And that can be brought down to there, because this is where we're going to merge the background with the dress. And then bring the pink into it. Again, keep the same direction going. It's tempted to wiggle the pencil around, but it would look better if you don't do that. And here we want just a little stronger. There's another pleat there. Then use the corner, the colour shaper, or the edge to pull the colour in, like that. You can always bring the white back, remember, and I will do that, just to emphasise the different effects. Here we are. So I'm going to do all of that, and I'll show you little snippets as we go along. There we are. That's all the design of the pleats, etc. in there. And now we've got to go back over it all again using this colour, which is 194 in the Faber range. This time it's a stronger colour. It's going to make quite a difference. So what we do is we go over again the whole area again, but with a concentration on the darker tones. Now the reason I say that is because you'll find that the colour will spread. So if we just put it really in the dark tones, it will spread to the light as you use the shaper or the blender, whatever you're using. Let me just show you what I mean by that. It's always a good idea to do a test run too. Come down the edge of that. We'll also be using this again, the 194, to put detail in. But at the moment we're just concentrating. Now, see what I mean? I'm using what's on there and it's spreading into the light. So you don't have to put the light back in. You don't have to put the dark in the light areas because it will spread to them. Now that looks good. Now that's the idea we're looking for. See the difference in colour. Let's do this little bit again. Then I can do as I did before. I can take you through a little section by section. Now only on the dark, stronger areas. Like that. Should be a little easier this time because we're only dealing with sections. A little bit in there, and this is where it's pretty dark, just here. Pastel pencils are very responsive. You don't have to press hard with them. This comes all the way down there to there. Basically on the pink. And in here we've got the same idea. Just put just a little bit of detail there and pull it down from there. Now that looks a little bit scruffy, but I assure you it's going to look great when we blend it. Let me prove that to you. Back in here, blend the whole thing because, as again, you can see how that really does look stunning. And you've always got the white to put back in if you need to. And this is where you're going to see a difference. And in here, pull it down. Don't worry the fact that it's scruffy on that edge. It won't do because I'm going to put some white trim on it. Now, see, we've got it on the colour shaper now, so we can just gradually pull it into the other areas. Now, I think you'll agree that that is pretty stunning. Be able to do that. So let me do all of the rest of it, and you see the difference in tone we have between that and that. But that's what we're looking for. Now, one of the most fascinating sections of this picture is how to make it see-through. Let me show you. Get my protector. We're going with the colours that we use for this, but we've already got the pink and the white. So what we're doing is putting some of the ochre, this 187, and the yellow ochre. $183. Now that should look, if we use a little bit of white on it, as a blender. And I'd use the white as a blender here, not the colour shaper. Now you see the colour going into that looks as though you're looking through that to there. It's going to be a bit more obvious as we go on. And let's do it again. All of these areas will have the skin showing through, but it will show through more on the lighter areas than the darker ones. Let's just do a little bit at a time. First one, then the other. That's 187 and 183, remember? Like that. Then the white. Use the white as your blender. Use the side of the white. If you're thinking that I used all the white up and I put it in here, it's not. I've got two whites. I use this to keep a nice sharp point on this so I can put detail in. Do you see the idea? Now that looks as though it's sheer, doesn't it? Okay, well let me work through, because there's quite a lot of area. I probably won't work on that area because that's doubled over. But let's say I'll work on this here, because we got the arm on the other side here showing through. Still got some work to do here on the edges, but we can't do that until we've got all the shading in. Be patient. Once again, that tone suggests that we're looking through it. Okay, there's one other area which I'm going to break off in a second and take you through section by section, but there's one area that does show up. That's this leg. Now the leg itself is coming in there. See? That's the other end of it. Now that's with the ochre and the red ochre, 187 and 183. And we can almost continue it like that. Using the white again. And this time I am going to use the colour shaper. Because I've got to bring some of this colour in as well. Let's make that just a little one lighter. Now turn it round. I'll have to turn it round because I need to get to the angle. And just here, I'm just going to put a little bit more of the 194 just in this section here. Not all the way up, just there. Just to suggest that on that side, it's just that darker. Now that is absolutely stunning. Like that. Oh, it's good fun. Anyway, now I'm going to do the rest of this and you'll see how that's going to actually look. And then we'll come back and we really are looking then at the finishing touches. Just to give you an idea of what we'll be doing. We'll be doing the white. I've already put a little bit in here, but we'll be adding white pencil. Nice sharp white going round there like that. And then we'll also be putting in the 194 as well. Just picking up little bits and bobs as we go along, like that. And one other thing, little bonus for you, I couldn't do the hair, finish the hair off until I had done the dress here. But now I can bring that hair in. Now I'm using the 187 here, which we use for the skin. If you haven't done that one, I strongly suggest skin and hair. You have a go at it. So that's where no need to put the other one in. That's the ochre, the 183, because it's very dark in here. So I'll just use the 187 and then the continuation of the hair. Like that. And that was because I was pressing too hard, folks. There we are. Right it. Just to make it look a little bit better, the edge of the arm going to be reintroduced. There's always a little bit of tidying up, but there you go. Done. So let me get on now with the two colours I've been using to suggest the skin through the dress. But while I've got this in my hand, I also want to show you one little addition. This strap here, I want this to appear as though it's standing proud of a skin. What I'm going to do is put a shadow in there. Use the colour shaper just to soften it a little bit. There we are. Excellent. Now I'm using 194 and I'm going over all of the areas again. Now this is quite tricky, and what we've got to do is to try to imagine that we've got some ties here. You can't be exact, it's impossible, but do the best you can. There's one coming down here that's quite important. Just turn this round slightly because I've got a funny old angle with the pencil at the moment, and it's quite important to get this right. Try not to draw a line as such, just do it in little bits like that. And then follow that with white. So it's the two colours together. It doesn't look very much until you come back and look at it once you've done it all. It might be worth just putting a little bit on the outside of that, because otherwise it's not going to show up. That's the idea. Now down here we should have enough contrast by putting the white in like that. If we haven't, there's two things you can do. You can either go down with this, but I kind of prefer to go in with the 187, and you just make it just a little stronger. Now, tricky, but you see how much nicer it looks if you do that, rather than use the, where's my colour shaper gone? Here it is. Rather than put a line on the other side of it. Now you see how it shows up better, and you just simply melt that into the colour. Or the other option is you can go along the outside edge as I've done there. But I don't think I need to. I think that looks okay. There's a little bit in here while we're up this end. Like that. We've already done there like that. And this, again, now I won't bore you by showing you every little tiny bit. I'll just do a little few, and then I'll break off and show you how it's coming along. And there we are, like that. Great, and just on the edge of that would be a good idea. And there's another one here. It goes from there. Like that. Anyway, I've done a few, but I'm going to continue with it as we go all the way down. And we've got an edge all the way down here, so just put the white. It doesn't matter which you do first, but sometimes it's best to do the white first, and sometimes it's best to do the dark. See the idea? And here we can come either side of that. Probably a good idea to come over the other side of that as well. Now that's not going anywhere, is it? So we've got to put one in there, otherwise it won't make sense. It comes from here, so let's put that one in to match up with that. And there's another one that comes here. I'll draw some of these in so that if you have a go at this, you won't be too confused. But it's a bit of a tricky old thing to do, but it looks great. I mean, you don't have to do it. If you find that this is going to spoil it for you, don't do it. But I think it looks great, so I would give it a go. Anyway, enough of that. Let me carry on. And the other thing that I wanted to show you as well, while I've got this in my hand, just on the edge. This is sort of finishing touches really, and I shall go into that a little more depth, but it's a good idea just to pour some of the colour in. Now, if you do this, don't blend it, just leave it raw, because it looks better like that. Alright, anyway, let me carry on. Well, there's the dress all finished. I hope you've enjoyed watching this demonstration, and have a go at the others too, the hair, the face and the hands. And also I should be putting a background on this in a minute, so watch out for that demonstration, which is really interesting, and it finishes, of course, the subject. I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye for now. In this demonstration, I'm going to show you how to apply a really pretty background to this lovely subject. If you've been following the demonstrations on this, you'll have seen how the hair, face, arms, hand and dress work out really well. And I've used just the 6 pencils that you see here. So I've got to choose colours from those pencils to put in the background. Now what I'm going to decide to do is to use those 2. I want to keep it simple. You don't want anything too complicated. When you start the background, let's just start from this side. I'm going to start with the white, and I'm going to put a good layer of white on the whole area. Now I'm taking my time because I want to go as close as I can to the subject without touching it if I can. Now it may be that from time to time I will, but you'll see at the end of this demonstration how I can go back in to the subject and make sure that we pick up any background colours that have strayed. I'm just, as I say, I'm concentrating on this, so forgive me if my narration falters. It's really important to get it right, and you want to keep it as solid as you can. Now I won't bore you and show you the whole thing because it'll be, first of all, very time consuming and rather boring to see the same thing over and over again, but just to see this section. Another area I'm going to show you, I'll come in once I've put the background on here, I'll show you, because we've got to melt the subject into the background here, which is really interesting to see. Now, we look forward to that. And then once you've done that, I'm going to turn this round. I'd like to use my finger here because you get a far better blend. But you can see the problem. How am I going to get in there? Well, if you've been following here, you'll know that I've used this colour shaper. You can use a paper blender for this as well. If you haven't got one of these, you'll just have to go back in with the white again and blend it. It works. We've got another colour to put on here anyway. But if you've got one of these, you can get really close to the subject without touching it. Like that. There we are. All done. Now that's important because when I put the second colour on, I don't want that second colour to touch raw paper. Let me show you what I mean. This is the colour I'm going to be using. I'll retrace my steps over this area. Don't put too much of this on. We can always put a second coat on if we need it, but the idea is to have a nice smooth tone in there, and this was the reason why I spent a long time making sure that white was blended well into the paper. I'll just leave this section so you can see the difference between one and t'other. Now that I think is just about right. When you blend this with your finger, you get a very pretty pink, as you can see now. Same thing will apply here. If I go close to that, I'm going to touch the subject. So get close as you can without, and colour shaper can be used for the rest of it. There you go. A little bit more. So I'm going to continue with that all around the subject. Right. Now, I said I'd bring you in when I got to the bottom. Well, now this is where it's interesting, but we've got to bring some other colours in as well. So let me just blend that to start with. This is with the white now up here. We can now just pour some of that colour that we've got at this end into the background, like that. I'm going to put a little bit more in there in a minute. Okay, and then we blend this with our finger so it's nice and smooth. Same up this end. I've just blended the pink into that. And so, how do we do that? Well, we put some more white in. And the idea now is to bring this colour and melt the subject into it. And you see we've got some ochre here, so we'll have to introduce these other couple of colours as well. Now I haven't made that quite as strong as the rest of it, because I want it to accept these other tones now. You see that? Just bring the colour up into the subject, and then we'll bring the colour back down into the background. One of the few mediums, pastel pencil, that you can get away with this. There we are now. Now the pink. Now the pink can go in as before. But when we get to there, we see we've got some other colour. So let's bring the other colour in. Come to about there. Let's do one half at a time. That can be blended. Now here we're going to introduce some ochre. And some red ochre. That's 187 and 183, and blend that. There you go. Look at that. Now that's a bit of pastel pencil magic, folks. Now let's carry on up here. We've got the other arm to worry about yet. This can actually be right up to here now. And the ochre. And the ready ochre. Well, we're getting there, but we're not there yet. Because now we've got to bring down the colours in here as well. Quite honestly, that's almost acceptable, but not quite. Now, this is the colour we use here. This is the 194 in the Faber range. So we want to bring that, a little bit of that in. And I'm also going to use the 187. And do this a little bit at a time now, until you feel you got it right. Remember, we can go back over the subject. That's looking good now. There. So let's bring some of this colour now down into it as well. This is a colour we've been using together with this. In fact, there's a couple of ways you could do this. You could, if you wanted to, and it is going to be your picture if you decide to do this, you could just fog it like that. That would look good. So you just bring it down. There's several ways you could finish that, but I would kind of favour it really. Kind of blend it almost in a cloud. Now that really does look something else. And there's no reason why you can't add some of these colours anyway. Because you've got such a good base on this, these colours will blend. Now keep some of the colours separate like that. Don't just put them all together. Let me show you that again. You just leave some of the trace of the colour there, like that. Now that does look rather special. We can also bring some white back in, because this is a little bit ochre, whereas here we've got more white, so we can bring the white back. And you can play with this as long as you feel it's working. But I think that is really nice now. And once again, we can pull that one down so the leg's extended. Like that. And I think if we put just a little bit of this colour over here, suggesting the dress is also being pulled into the background. Now that is really something else. The only thing I would say is that up here it's left wanting a little bit. So what we've done down here we could do up there. Now let's turn this up on its end. Add a little bit of these colours in. They're going to match because they're all in the picture. Particularly on the corner, because it's the corner where we're going to be giving a little bit more strength, and I think I'll use this one for that. let's have a little bit of ochre as well. Do this in little sections. What I also like to do is put a little bit of white as well in, to a little bit of light over the head. Now let's just see what that looks like when it's blended. I turn it the other way around so you can see. Not going to be very strong, but it's strong enough and interesting enough to create effect. You see that? Let's do the other side. And I would leave it at that. I think that is absolutely stunning. Now what you've got to do though, when you get this far, is you've got to go around the edges. And I would suggest we go around the edge with the 187 and blended that in. And possibly even the dark brown, which I used. Now, if you're only doing this dress background demonstration and haven't seen the rest of this will probably be foreign to you. But it gives you an idea of how we can actually finish off a picture of like this kind. Not a lot to do, because I was very careful and not touch the edge. Now here I just use this 187. You don't really want that to be, you certainly don't want to use the dark colour in there. And that's it, folks. Finished. Now that's been a great project. I hope you've enjoyed it. If you've only done the dress, well, you might like to have a go at the skin, the arms, the hands, face, and the hair. I look forward to seeing you on another project soon. Bye for now.